There we go. Forgot my software. Yeah, man, Bravo. That's pretty shit, man. Uh, Hopefully there's a way you can fight back because that's just not cool. Yeah, I mean, you had over 1,000 hours sunk into that game. I don't see what the benefit is in that banning you. You're obviously a loyal customer, you know? Loyal enough, anyways, for fuck's sake. But, until you get that sorted out, I'll be ready, you know? Hopefully they can get you some kind of. Oh, I thought you were banned. Well, what do you mean? Why? How did they get rid of all your stuff then? How are they going to get rid of your stuff and not ban you? Or is it just like a royal fuck up on their end? Because if that's the case, then you should just be able to like submit a ticket or something. Not that I actually know anything. Look at refer banishment. All right, let's see. Oh, refurbishment. Okay. Yep. I'll have to check out it again. I thought you were saying refer banishment for some reason. That's my dyslexia kicking in. Sorry. Alright, let's see. Let's go to random village in the middle of nowhere. Feels good getting back into this after doing some Final Fantasy. Sometimes you just want to shoot something, you know? Or beat something with a frying pan. It's just me. I got a car along the way there. You know what? May as well just get the car and bring it on over. And some people are just ready to kill. A lot of people beating each other to death in this one. Oh, that's lucky. Ended up in the zone. We got shotgun. Let's see if I like to switch them. What else do we got? Y'all look alike. Is this a rifle or no? It's a shotgun. Okay. I'd rather have the shotgun than the Uzi. Yeah, that's quite a bit, man. I feel fucked over too. What did I just pick up? Not much doing in here. Check out this last place. Do you work? No. Doing. Looks like I missed stuff. Alright, let's go here. Are we safe? Here, boo. What's for drink today? I ran out of beer myself. Oops. Oh man, if I had a case of Sam Adams right now, I'd be so happy. I don't know why. Something about Sam Adams that gets my belly. Let's see, go this way. Oh no! Oh my god, I'm gonna hit everything today. Like on a fucking mission. May as well deny someone else that car, right? You taught me this trick, Bravo. Ah, get fucked. No car for you. You did that. See? You did that for me, Bravo. I just denied that guy a nice car. Everclear. I don't think I've ever had Everclear. Is that a liquor or a beer? Oh my god! Nice and easy. You rush into anything? Hear him. Shit. Wow, I got lucky. I got super lucky. That was a terrible shot. Whew. About as lucky as they come sometimes, I think. Back to your home. Who said you could leave? You don't need all this ammo either. Go to that stack. I'd rather have that. Except I want the scope. Wait a minute. There we go. Level 3 vest, you say? Take it. Far be it for me to turn down a good time. Oops. Alright, 36 left. I got this. My god, every fucking tree! I've never driven this bad in all my life. Yes! That's good. That's good. Ah, happy, happy day. What a good day already. Yeah. Take your pills. Did he just miss me while I was completely still? He must have not been aiming for me. No way. Where the fuck did my car go? Did it just drive away? Whatever. It's fucking funny. And I know there's other people in the woods. I hate it. I feel naked. Oh my god. What a loser. He even had the jump on me. I knew I saw someone farting around over there. Got nothing. Try to get some high ground here. Yes, sir. I think I do pretty well for a solo player. Oh. Don't even see where it's coming from. Must be up there. Just have to outlast him if that's the case. Bizatch. It's the Ronin Vector forever and ever. Yeah, I'm getting stupid lucky. I am not this good. I am not. I wish I knew where my car went. It's alright, I got my jammer on. Got my jammy jams. Ah, I can't believe it. Another one. It's like they're lining up for me. That. Oh. Got my jammer on. Guess not. Oh yeah, I found a level 3 backpack. I traded it away. Tragic. I still got plenty going for me. Got plenty of health, plenty of boosts. Almost there. Like this big open field. Try to stick along the trees here. Where? I see him. Got him. Oh, bullshit. Whatever, I did great. That's got to be one of my more higher kill ones, that's for sure. Ooh, good times. Alright, lay some White Lantern on me, Benny.
Chose Kyle originally because of his potential to command every shade of the emotional spectrum.
Some weed
the
about
Guardians
it.
couldn't even do.
I thought I did alright. For a guy that, I mean, I lucked myself into a lot of kills just there.
But the rest of the cores don't like what they're hearing, and they decided that this group was poisoned from the start by Sade. So they all leave. Have you ever wondered where this all began? Where did the Guardians discover this power? Who was the first to harness the emotional spectrum? Who is the first Lantern? The Guardians were well-intentioned. They always had the betterment of the universe in mind. But somewhere along the lines, they slipped. Something went wrong. They discovered a man, one man who had somehow tapped into the power known as the emotional spectrum, and one man who led Krona down his dark path. This man became the first Lantern. This man became the prisoner of the Guardians. What was that thing you were talking about? Too dangerous to just let roam the galaxy. The Guardians went on to use his power to start their Green Lantern Corps, and now they've decided to tap into his power one more time. This time to create their third army. You see, the Green Lanterns have been deemed a liability. They're just too impulsive. They make their own decisions, and they don't listen to the Guardians. They're driven by heart. After many mishaps in the eyes of the Guardians, they've decided to remove the Green Lantern Corps and replace it with this army, the Third Army. Quickly, we see the usefulness of this army as they create the first soldier. He jumps onto a nearby man and he absorbs him. He changes him into one of its own kind. It takes over his mind, it takes over his flesh, and it ejects the weakness of the Green Lantern Corps, the heart. It erases any form of individual thought, and the only thing that remains is the eyes of the original owner, forever locked in a state of fear. So where are Hal Jordan and Sinestro after our last adventure? Sinestro discovered the Book of Black, and he took it back to what he calls his Batcave. He then went ahead and gave Hal Jordan a charge in the Green Lantern ring that he gave him last story arc, and he brought him to the book, which they opened, revealing to them the entire Green Lantern history, and sucking them up inside. But he didn't trap them inside like it's done before. It spit them out right in front of Black Hand while he was enjoying Chinese food with his family. They have an epic battle which ended in Hal and Sinestro using all of their power to defeat countless Black Lantern puppets. With Hal Jordan weakened and defeated, Black Hand had an opportunity to kill him, but he held off as the Book of Black told him. Hal Jordan will become the greatest of the Black Lanterns.
To the games.
So Black Hand let them get up, and their fight continued while he demanded to know why it said that. How can Hal Jordan be a Black Lantern? But Hal Jordan didn't know, so their fight continued until a force spoke through everyone's rings, every emotional spectrum ring, all of the colors all at once. Let me out! Something cried out through all of the rings, and it was the First Lantern being awoken to be used as the Guardian's power source. Sinestro and Hal didn't know what that was, and they had bigger problems on their hands with Black Hand. But just as the Guardians were moving to their position to use the power of the First Lantern, they saw through the rings what Hal was doing.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean.
They saw that Sinestro gave Hal a ring, and they were working together to defeat Black Hand, and they decided that this could become a potential problem. They thought they removed the problem known as Hal Jordan. So they instantly teleported there and protected Black Hand.
And then they explain it to me like a 5-year-old.
Black Hand, you will be our new lantern. And they
speak slowly and loudly.
Power. He turns his full power against Hal and Sinestro, and
That's
then
how
Black
dumb
Hand
people
begins to suck
understand
them
things
up into the
better.
land of the dead, the land of the Black Lanterns, the land
I don't know what you mean by
ring.
next to GameStar.
As they're getting sucked up, their rings both decide that they are dying, and they begin to try to pull away from Hal and Sinestro. But in an explosion of willpower and death, Hal and Sinestro vanish, and their rings take off for the heavens to find a new Green Lantern. The Guardians then teleport Black Hand into the Chamber of Shadows, where they were keeping the First Lantern, and they declare that he is now their power source. But the ring that was on Hal and Sinestro's finger, it remerges back into one and takes off at light speed to find a new Green Lantern. One without the intentions of the Guardians, one with the intentions of both Hal Jordan and Sinestro.
Sup?
Oh, you see, it's near that big C that playing as a question mark. It's below that.
The thing with the question mark. Where's the question mark even? Oh, okay, this thing. Is this what you mean?
Yeah, that.
So what is this?
It's below. It's below it.
Oh,
Below.
I mean, that's just the
So
play
I
button.
lost everything. Basically, I lost everything because, like, for example, when it says refurbish, you have two options. Basically, well, why the fuck we have two options? I tried basically clicking the right one and basically said, "Oh, all these stuff is scrapped and salvaged."
Oh my god, are you shitting me?
Yes.
So it's a crafting thing? They have a crafting button where you just destroy everything?
Basically says refurbishing, it's brand new, brand new.
Right. So do they give you anything
So I
in
lost-
exchange? Like anything good?
I lost everything. I lost my fucking I lost all of my fucking skins. That pissed me off. And fucking
God
I
Damn. I mean, it's a mistake. Surely they can like fix it or something. No, like there's no support ticket. You can't.
They don't care anymore because they don't have no anything that you purchase is not refundable. It's not refundable at all.
Yeah, but you accidentally scrapped all your stuff, basically, right?
And there's no appeal for it.
Yeah, I mean, I would. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't hold out high hopes, but man, with the amount of time you have, and I'm sure you've got a good amount of money in it too. I don't know. It's not like you got caught cheating or anything. I don't see why you should be punished for it. That's fucked. I'm sorry, dude. That is really messed up. I don't even know why that would be a thing.
I'm gonna sue PUBG for $426,000.
That would be fun. Just remember the little guys.
This is the first time PUBG. This is not the first time PUBG fucked me over. This is the 10th time.
I mean, this is how they lose like people forever when shit like this happens. Nobody wants to like spend all their time. I mean, your hours in the game say it all, you know. That is so
Now,
fucked.
plus, have you ever tried another game? Have you tried Naruto Playpoint? Japanese style game.
What's it called?
Naruto.
No, I don't think so. Is it like a battle royale game or?
It's a Japanese style battle royale. Basically, you have muskets, you have katanas, daggers, stuff like that.
Yeah, I might have to give that a look. See, I'm obviously into some Japanese stuff, if you couldn't tell. So.
I can screen share this for you.
Oh, you got a screenshot?
Fair warning. You might be pissed off about the hotel, about the hotel. Oh, warning, epilepsy, if you have epilepsy, don't play this game.
Well, I'm used to having seizures, so.
You don't have seizures. You're part of the fucking god make a Normandy 7 or some shit. You're too handsome to have Caesars. Caesar.
Yeah, I'm too handsome for Caesar. Caesar can fuck off. He can go start a different empire. The empire of my ass stays clean.
Caesar salad.
Oh man. Well, so how you doing, man? Outside of this PUBG shit, you got your state ID. Sounds like you got it no problem.
I'm got it, no problem. I keeping the temporary because well, if I lose that shit, my mom's gonna kill me.
Yeah.
I've been the one that's basically a dickhead to my parents lately for the past 20 years or some shit.
You've been a dickhead to your parents?
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's very big of you to recognize that. If that's true. I mean, I don't know if it's true. You could just be being hard on yourself.
You will love Naruto. All Japanese. Fair warning: if you see Chinese names on players, those are the ones you have to basically avoid. They will kill you instantly.
Oh yeah, no, it was the same on Ark, man. Like, you see a Chinese tribe, you better get the fuck off the server. Yeah, for them, I don't know what it is. Like, they're very organized. Like on Ark, at least. It's like a mafia. You do not fuck with the Chinese tribes.
In this scary okay, my girls get my female friends are all alive. Oh my god, I have too many fucking female friends and fucking screen. That's very good. By the way, this is what Naruto looks like. Oh, let me just find out the fucking crash on PC. Please, PC, don't fucking be a dick. Where is it? There it is. Here it is.
Where do I see it?
This one.
Oh. Did you send me a message? I just don't. Or is it in the voice channel?
It's in the voice channel.
Ah, okay. What stream? There we go. Okay.
I got rated. Whoa, that's a new fucking game.
I mean, who doesn't like Wolverine claws, you know?
We got this, by the way. What hell?
Did nice work on the models.
They did better. They did perfect at these models as well. PUBG used to look like fucking shit.
I mean, with the amount of money people spend on it, they don't really have any excuses not to, you know, pump some money into the production. Although,
you get a fuck ton of fucking like love in this game. In this game I'm showing you. Plus, Naruto is my home place.
Yeah, I noticed PUBG's not too generous with the G coins there.
They don't refund on that shit, and it pisses me off. It makes me want to fucking kill PUBG. Sorry,
Oh.
I'm in a pissy mood because of that shit. I'm in a fucking pissy mood. I want PUBG gone.
I don't blame you. I would still try to send in a ticket though to see if they can't just recover the stuff and reverse it. I mean,
and PUBG, if you keep hearing us, and if you're on Wrong Vector stream right now, fuck you.
and fuck me too for supporting them right now.
Unless you want to be fucking a bit.
Yeah, I don't take it personal.
The game is so fucking sexy. I love it.
Oh, what do you do with security keys? I never found one.
Oh, there's a underground basement.
Oh. Now, will they directly correlate to the place you find them in, or can they be anywhere?
It can be anywhere, but gotta go back to the game. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, it's gonna suck down. I'm gonna look for the fucking newbie. I really don't like that. I'm gonna look at the newbie again. It hurts my heart that basically PUBG did that to me. Basically as well. For example, I am now looking like a newbie, and I don't look like I'm on the OG. It fucking sucks.
Someone's up there. Ah, shouldn't have panicked. Never panic. We both already have level 3 backpacks. Man, this house is loaded with good shit. Yes. Oh, hey. Huh. Not sure what the benefit is, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. Yeah, where am I? Oh, I got lucky again. I've been getting lucky with my landings. Really use a scope. Let's go start some trouble. Had some good luck last time. Of course, this is the part where I get arrogant, probably. Probably. Eight. Almost never use shotguns. That might have been my first shotgun kill, I think. Where, though? Ah, I hate that. Just couldn't find him. Alright, I will be back in 1 minute. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that. Oops. I needed a little snack. A little falafel snack. I had falafel for dinner last night, and I just couldn't wait. I needed one more. It was like the best they ever made it last night. It was like perfectly fried. It's even crispy now. That's how perfect it is. But I'm an easy person to please. All right, hit me, Benny. Some more White Lantern.
It lands on a man named Simon Baz, and then a mixed message begins to play, which basically tells him, "Stop the Guardians!" But before he can do anything, the Justice League would like to know what he's doing with the Green Lantern ring. And as much as I would love to tell you this story, this is a tale for another day because it's Simon's origin story. So let's go across the galaxy. Now you see, Hal and Sinestro are luckily not dead. But they aren't in our universe anymore. They're inside the realm of the Black Lanterns. And without them, there's no one to warn the rest of the Green Lanterns. There's no warning as to what's coming. And because of this, the Guardians have begun assimilating the entire galaxy. With them reaching far and wide, they end up intercepting Guy Gardner and his Green Lantern Honor Guard. And as much as Guy Gardner tries to fight against them, he loses every single one of the Honor Guard. Due to this, Guy Gardner and the Honor Guard failed the mission that they were on, and when Guy went back to Oa to try and explain what happened, that these weird monsters arrived and took everyone, he was forced to resign his ring by the Guardians. All a part of their plan to ruin the Corps and its strongest members. But Salak and Kilowog have been secretly watching this whole thing unfold, and they're trying to figure out how they can stop the Guardians, how they can prevent this from happening any further. But before Salak can even do anything, the Guardians see him, and they come down hard, locking him up and removing any potential problem that he may possess. He yells out that you're giving up on life, and as they lock him away, they tell him, no, Salak, we're saving it. Things can't get much worse. Hal and Sinestro are believed to be dead. Guy Gardner's been kicked out of the Corps. John Stewart has been sent on an endless mission to try and re-piece Mogo together. And Kyle? Well, Kyle is out in space trying to master each of the rings. He's
Come on,
trying
buddy.
to learn every emotion to become a White
Render.
Lantern, the ultimate power of the Lantern mythos. Now, he's aware that Hal Jordan has gone missing, and he knows that Ganthet is in trouble. And if you're curious as to how he knows all of this, check out...
I like the Red Lantern Corps because they recruit cats, like house cats. It's fucking awesome. Dexter is my favorite lantern. Easy. Easy. Dexter the Red Lantern. It's a good kitty. Kinda. Alright. I got anyone near me? Not really. Alright, I could probably afford to listen to a little more comics.
Our Green Lantern New Guardians video. But if only he knew how bad everything was, maybe he'd be trying to stop it right now. Because right this second, he's actually studying under Atrocitus. And while it takes some convincing, he masters the rage of the Red Corps.
I think I'm alright.
But while he's struggling to contain these emotions, he realizes that this journey isn't complete as he takes off to find Arkillo, and he learns how to control fear. And while this is going on, the Guardians travel to the homeworld of the Star Sapphires. You see, they know the danger that Kyle Rayner possesses to them, and they know that Carol Ferris is currently training him to take on all of the emotions of the Spectrum. So
Alright,
while they
so I'll
can't
loot
track Kyle anymore because
this
his ring is
guy,
contaminated,
these
they can
guys,
find
and then I'm gonna book
and
it.
find Kyle
Hopefully
that
I can
way.
find a car.
Kyle continues his journey by learning compassion, and then eventually he has to go get greed from Larfleeze. And after Carol promises to use her abilities to locate the one thing that Larfleeze wants, his family, he agrees to teach Kyle how to be greedy. But before they can make any real headway, the Guardians send in the Third Army because they tracked Carol to the location of Larfleeze. And as Larfleeze, Sade, Carol, and Arkillo fight the Third Army back, Kyle grabs the Orange Lantern to charge off of it. He must learn to control this emotion. And now he just wants it. He wants it. He wants it more than anything. But now is not really the time to begin losing yourself into the emotion. And Carol realizes how much of a problem this is as Kyle's losing himself to the greed emotion. And Arkillo, Carol, and Larfleeze all rush to Kyle to help him get out of there. And Sade yells out, "Tell Gant that I loved him, Kyle. Do not let him die a soulless monster." And Sade stays behind to battle the Third Army alone, dying in the process so that everyone can get Kyle out of there. To find out what happened with Sade and Ganthet to get to this point, you're gonna need to watch the previous 2 Green Lantern videos. I'm really sorry, but we can only put so much into this video. Meanwhile, Ganthet looks on as Sade dies before his eyes by looking through the eyes of the Third Army. And he's not even disturbed. He has decided that it's time to end the potential problem of Kyle, and he will do it himself. So he goes to their last location, the homeworld of the Star Sapphires, to end Kyle himself. You see, Kyle's actually managed to master every single one of the emotions except for love. He lost one of his greatest loves in his life, and he still hasn't gotten over that, so he can't conquer love yet. But he does fly their homeworld to try and master this power.
See if I can't find a helmet.
It's the only thing standing between him and the power of the White Lantern. And when he gets there, he sees
I found the car.
And he knows what's
coming. So we can afford to tool around a little more.
He hits Kyle and he tells him that it was a mistake, that he should never have given him the ring. And Kyle whips out the power of fear, yelling, "I am not a mistake!"
Forgot that was the thing.
And then he channels compassion and he teleports next to Ganthet, only to eat a blast of the Guardian power to the face once again, which enrages him. So he channels rage, but Ganthet just grabs him and he wraps him up in the Guardian's power. You see, I know that you've mastered avarice and hope, but 6 emotions will not be enough to defeat me. You are going to need love, and without love, you cannot win. And it would appear that the Zemarians agree with Ganthet because they blast him with the power of love. And just as everyone is beginning to win, the Third Army descends on Zemarian, ready to absorb everyone there into their army. When suddenly Kyle's friends, the New Guardians, Carol, Saint Walker, Arkillo, all arrive to put an end to this, and everyone declares, ignore the monsters, focus on their master, and they use everything on Ganthet, declaring that Ganthet must die, only to have Kyle leap in the way and yell out, no! If you believe in love, then you need to believe that I can get through to him.
Revive yourself when knocked down, performing certain actions.
Kyle stopped everything to save him. So he stabs Kyle in the
Learning
back,
new stuff.
Literally. Kyle falls to the ground and the blood begins to pool around him.
Is that
all hope is lost. The one Lantern who could have possibly gained the power to stop the Guardians has been defeated. And as he dies, he looks to Ganthet and he says,
alright, level 3 backpack.
And Ganthet turns.
Let me with
love
a good
is
time.
forgiveness? What imperial nonsense. But Kyle believes
more
it,
than one?
And he taps into the final emotion, the emotion of love. And upon mastering the final emotion, Kyle becomes the first and the only White Lantern of the White Lantern Corps. Instantly, he understands all, and he understands why.
And they get a full tank. Look at that!
As he uses the power of life on the Third Army.
What a bunch of happy accidents.
Ganthet sees that he has failed to stop Kyle's transformation, and he rockets off back to Oa to tell the other Guardians. And back on Oa, the Guardians begin to realize that they are spreading their army far, far too thin. And with the White Lantern awakened, they're going to need to tap further into the First Lantern. They will get the power that they need. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Simon is still learning how his ring works and
alright, take a break, Benny. It's focus time. Well, whatever my version of that is. You get distractible. Kinda quiet. Too quiet. Driving in this game's fun. And I rarely say that. Oh, fuck off. Surprise, motherfucker! Oh, it feels so good. Should have killed me. Sucks to suck. I think that's gonna be my highest high of this game. I think it's all downhill from here. Take it nice and easy. Need to rush. What? Need to make it to some cover. All right. I can't believe that happened. I don't know if he just let me. I think he was just as surprised as I was. Oop. The fuck is that? Oof, I am abysmally low on bullets here. Oof, backpack or jammer? Ah, in the backpack. See if it pays off. Don't really need this much gas, do I? Come on. The bullets I want. These bullets suck. Wait, there we go. Something's better than nothing. Damn it. That was... Oh, is that a... Do you get a medal for what I just did? Because that would be pretty cool. Let's see. Kill an enemy that knocked you. Only achievable in... But it's not! It's not! I just proved that you could do it without it! You don't need nobody! Fuck teamwork! I'll do it myself! That's fucking amazing. Love it. Fucking love it. Probably gonna try to get this bear thing next. I don't know, there's just something funny about running around like a bear. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going for it. More lore, Benny. Lore.
Learning what the Third Army is, but now Badge has
It's a
arrived and
squirrel,
is
it's a
showing him
squirrel
George's
Green
ring
Lantern.
so that he can learn the message that Sinestro and Hal have left behind. Immediately, both messages begin to play again, but Badge tells Simon to just untangle the messages, and that's how they understand what happened. How Sinestro split his ring and gave one to Hal because the Guardians kicked Hal out of the core. How they battled against the Black Hand. How the Guardians showed up and powered up Black Hand and possibly killed them. While this is going on, Badge finds the Book of Black and he tells Simon that they're going to use the Book of Black to find Hal Jordan and bring him back. So pack your things because we're going to go looking for the greatest Green Lantern ever. But before they can leave, they have to pick up civilian Guy Gardner and bring him with them after they fight off some more of the Third Army. But Hal Jordan and Sinestro are somewhere else right now, somewhere in the land of the dead. Tomar Ray explains that they're here in the land of the dead for a reason. Because they need to stop the First Lantern. The Guardians are not the problem. The First Lantern will change Lantern history as everyone knows it. and the dead demand that they help. And just as you think that this couldn't get any worse, the Guardians put out a fake distress call to get all of the remaining Green Lanterns who haven't figured out their evil plan yet to come back to Oa. They recall all of the Green Lanterns for an inoculation against the supposedly unknown threat that is taking over the Green Lanterns. But Guy, Badge, and Simon know that this is a lie. Kyle Rayner knows that this is a lie. And Kilowog knows that this is a lie. So Guy tells Badge and Simon to figure out where Hal and Sinestro are, and he asks Badge to give him a power suit so that he can go straight to Oa and get his ring back. This is oddly not the most suicidal thing that he's ever done. So Simon and Badge open the book, and they find themselves sucked into the chamber where Black Hand is being kept. And while I would love to continue this story, we will come back to that very soon. Once Guy gets to the Ring Foundry, he quickly finds that Kilowog has been hiding there, and he asks for a sitrep. What's going on? So Kilowog explains that the Guardians have an energy field going, and the moment a lantern lands, he is locked into the energy field.
Let's go somewhere real weird. Let's go.
Any lantern flying in sees Green Lantern standing there at attention.
There's gonna be a lot of
they're
people
all
going
falling
there.
for it, thinking that this is normal.
People that are gonna blow
realizing
their
that he's
load.
gonna
Yeah,
need to
see,
try
like
something
40 people
drastic
already
to get the
jumped
Guardians
off.
off of the mainframe
I'm a
and allow
little
Kilowog to
patient.
warn every
I could
incoming
survive most
lantern.
of those people
Guy
just
remembers
by
one toy from an earlier
being
adventure
myself.
that's still lying
Somewhere
around.
else.
And he attacks the Guardians head on using Corona's power.
Sure. Let's
While
go
he
over
puts up a
there.
good fight, the Guardians overwhelm him rather quickly. So they ask him, why would he come at them alone? And he smirks. I was the diversion. It's called self-sacrifice, you ancient blue bastards.
You ancient
Kilowog uses
blue
his moment to finally
bastards.
tap into the central power battery and alert everyone. The Guardians are in control of the Third Army, and they're trying to eliminate the Green Lanterns. I don't know why, but we need to stop them. But if that wasn't enough, Kyle Rayner shows up as the White Lantern along with the rest of the new Guardians. Kyle cracks the Ring Foundry, allowing Guy Gardner's ring to go free, and Guy Gardner is back in the Green Lantern Corps. So the entire Green Lantern squad, the entire New Guardians team, even the Manhunters that Atrocitus is controlling, all battle against the Guardians and the Third Army. And seeing that they're officially going to lose this, the Guardians decide to draw on as much power as they can from the First Lantern to turn the tides in their favor. But at that exact moment, Kyle hits them with everything he has, everything that he can muster with the power of every emotion, causing the cell holding the First Lantern to break. And the universe stops. It's time to meet Voltham. It's time for everything as you know it to end. When everything left off, reality ended. Everything ended. The Guardians leashed their power from a being known as the First Lantern, known as Voltham. They created a third army of creatures to remove the Green Lanterns, as the Green Lanterns had become a liability in their eyes. Just as the fight was about to be resolved, they tried to draw too much power from the First Lantern, and they broke his cell. He is now free, and he's not happy with the Guardians. They messed up the universe. The Guardians took his gift for granted. He arrived from another universe, and he showed them the true power of the emotional spectrum. They were afraid of it, and then they were afraid of the First Lantern. So he takes Ganthet and he simply says,
I gotta move after
"Let's see
these
if we can fix
houses.
this." And he pulls Ganthet apart like a deck of playing cards. Every moment of his entire life laid out before the First Lantern. He sees the moment that they met. He sees the moment that they forged the rings. He sees the moment that Ganthet met Hal Jordan. The moment that the Red Lanterns were discovered. He sees everything, and he finds the moment that he's looking for.
Oh, I found another
The
one.
moment that the Guardians
Look at
decided
that.
to discard
Look
their
at that.
emotions. He goes to that moment in Ganthet's
I'll shit
history,
myself if I
and he has
fucking
Ganthet
get
convince
knocked
the
down
rest
and
of the
kill somebody
Guardians
the same way
not
again.
to
I will
dispose of their emotions.
unload.
What would happen if he did that? Reality itself would begin to shift, and the timeline would become altered, and a new future would be told. Back in the Chamber of Shadows, Black Hand and Simon Baz are talking about what they should do. That Simon Baz is looking for Hal Jordan, when suddenly the history of the Green Lanterns instantly shifts. Black Hand is no longer Black Hand, and the ring that Simon Baz holds returns to the original owner, whom didn't die in this timeline. Sur. That's right. That simple change in the history of the Green Lanterns, the Guardians keeping their emotions,
Alright.
changes
I'm the
everything.
bookie.
And the First Lantern has the power to make this happen. But things instantly snap back to normal with Black Hand and Simon Baz in the Chamber of Shadows. The First Lantern hits the ground and he realizes that he's been imprisoned far too long.
Let's try to get
He's going to need to recharge
over
if he's
here.
going to permanently alter the
Although it
history
could
of
be
the
fun if
Guardians
I get
and
over
the
here in
Green Lanterns.
time.
So
Yeah,
he
let's
looks
try to
further into Ganthet.
get dangerous.
He sees Hal Jordan, Kyle Rayner, Guy Gardner, John Stewart, Carol Ferris, Saint Walker, and all of the other ring bearers. It's a good thing that Ganthet knows some individuals so full of emotional power that the First Lantern won't have any issues recharging his power. Meanwhile, back with Black Hand and Simon Baz, Black Hand looks at Simon. What did you do to me? Are you trying to trick me? If you want to find Hal Jordan so bad, why don't you join him? And he sucks Simon up
Alright,
into
you're on
his
break, Benny. Are you gonna drop me something off specifically? Because that would be a nice thing to do. Or I guess someone probably has a fault in. I see a car. There be bears here. That'll do, pig. That'll do. There ain't shit up here. That's okay. This is gonna work out great because I really have to use the bathroom. Then I can just chill in this thing for a minute. that's not good. Yeah, this is fine. Alright, I'll be back. Look after me, crew. I am one lucky guy. What can I say? Alright, guess I'll be wanting to jump off. I should have picked somewhere with better cover. Well, no one's perfect. Guess I'll just wait for it to restrict and see what happens. Second. Make a little bit of movement here. I got some trees down here. It's not perfect, but maybe it'll keep me, help me keep it be obscured, you know? I don't know. I'm trying. See, look at that. I'm already almost top 20, just because I used the bathroom. It's all part of the strategy. I haven't seen anyone yet. Alright, we're doing alright on ammo here. What's that helicopter doing? Let's see if I can't get in its way. Oh. Gotcha. Oh, I bet you maybe he was doing the Fulton. No, because there would be something on the ground, right? I don't know what this dude was doing. Switch to the AUG, and then I can just use the one ammo type here. Of course, that's not the gun I meant to switch out. It's bad. There we go. Let's get out of here. Oh, after I grab that. I feel like they're right behind me or something. Supply plane. this. How close do I need to be to this thing? That many. Come on. Better. Right. Run away! Just 6 left. I feel like everybody is just staying where they are at this point. Damn it. So close. All right, Benny, make me feel better.
Ring. And as Simon hits the ground in the land of the Black Lanterns, Sinestro looks at him and he says, "Please don't tell me you're the human who's supposed to rescue us." The First Lantern goes to town quickly by grabbing Guy Gardner, who is at the site where he broke free, and he pulls Guy Gardner's life apart. He tries to alter his history, to change it so that he lost his brother and sister. He alters it over and over. Worlds where Guy kills everyone as a Red Lantern. Worlds where he is pure rage. The First Lantern tortures Guy with all the possibilities that could have happened, and they all drive Guy's emotions to their peak, and he feeds off of it. He does it so much that Guy begins to beg for it to end, and then he moves on to Kyle, and he pulls Kyle apart, just as he did with Ganthet and Guy Gardner. But Kyle's a little easier. He sees when Kyle lost his girlfriend to Alex, and he teases Kyle with the world where Alex lived, to the point where Kyle begs to have that life, and then he rips it away. It's the misery that he wants, so much emotional power. The First Lantern continues his onslaught on each of the members of the Corps, tearing them apart over and over. And deep down inside of Black Hand's ring, Sinestro, Hal Jordan, and Simon Baz are trying to figure out what happened. But Hal and Sinestro have differing ideas of how they can get out of the world of Black. Sinestro wants to take the ring off of Simon Baz's finger and just leave Hal and Simon there. But Hal insists that they need to work together to stop the Guardians. And that's when Tomar Ray explains none of this matters. The biggest threat isn't the Guardians anymore, it's the First Lantern. Voltham came from an unknown time in an unknown place, and he arrived just as Corona was discovering the light of creation and the Guardians discovered the emotional spectrum. The Guardians were terrified of the power that the light of creation was teeming with. So Voltham took it all into himself, and he became the First Lantern. But he refused to share the power of creation with them, so they ended up initially building the Manhunters just so they can stop him. But they discovered that he had become creation itself, and if they defeated him, they would destroy the universe. So they locked him away so they can feed off of the emotional spectrum that was trapped within him. Now that he's free, he's feeding off of the pain of your friends, and he's charging himself until eventually his fake worlds and his fake constructs will become reality. And he becomes the very light of creation once again. But just as Tomar finishes explaining, Badge pulls Simon out of the world of Black.
What's his name?
You see, Badge has been battling
Black
Hand this whole time in the Chamber of Shadows, trying to get Simon out of it. And Simon reaches out for Hal Jordan and says, "I'm not leaving you! The universe needs the greatest Green Lantern ever." Through sheer will, the ring duplicates itself once again, and it begins to go to Hal Jordan, but Sinestro jumps in the way yelling that Korugar needs him. When suddenly, in a sheer explosion of will, Sinestro uses a moment of weakness in Hal to take the ring and get out of the world of Black and back to the real world, where Badge, Simon, and the real New Guardians are standing there. These are the New Guardians who never removed their emotions, and they've been hiding in the Chamber of Shadows this whole time, trying to contain the First Lantern. Sinestro grabs Simon and he holds him in a chokehold and he simply says, "Now where is this First Lantern?" Back in the world of Black, though, Hal realizes that he can't wait for someone to save him again. He needs to get out of here, and there's only one ring in the world of Black. The Black Ring of Death. But he can't use it if he's still alive. So what if he wasn't alive any longer? During all of this, the First Lantern continues his onslaught by tearing apart John Stewart's life, by tearing apart Fatality's life. He tears Carol out of reality, forcing her to fight for her love over and over again. And he shows Atrocitus what could have been. And it's Atrocitus' rage that finally feeds him enough emotion that he can finally alter reality. He's finally on the cusp of having sheer power of creation at his fingertips. But he isn't done powering
sounds
up.
safe.
He needs more power. He wants to alter everything. So he warps in to find one person who keeps popping in and out of everyone's memories, Sinestro. And he finds him in the Chamber of Shadows. So he pops in there, takes him, and he warps away. He takes him to Korugar so that Sinestro can defend it one last time. And defend it he does by actually hurting and damaging the First Lantern. No being can contain Sinestro. He will defend Korugar. But the First Lantern laughs. "I can't believe you hurt me, but it doesn't matter. I needed you here to witness this, Sinestro. You see, over the years, you've created so much emotion in this planet. What happens if I take it away from you? What if you fail in your job to protect it?" And with a single thought, the First Lantern destroys Korugar and all of its inhabitants except for Sinestro. He then leaves. It's what he needed. But Sinestro was hiding something in the center of that planet, a yellow power battery that is now free and floating in space. Meanwhile, while the First Lantern was busy dealing with Sinestro and Korugar, Mogo the Living Planet took this chance to encase everyone in pieces of his planet so he can sever their connection to Voltham. Mogo begins to pull them all to his surface to keep them safe, but Voltham immediately knows something is wrong and he instantly warps back, shouting, "Who dares?" He takes off for the service of Mogo and says, "I'm far from done. There's just so much more for us to experience together. Now let's see if a planet can scream." He then rips out other versions of everyone, their versions that are Red Lanterns, the versions that are Yellow Lanterns, and he makes them real as constructs, and he sends them in to replace the real versions. Everyone goes to town trying to defeat themselves. This is the Green Lantern Corps though, and they push through. They use their will to show the First Lantern who's boss. They control their destinies, not Voltham. And the constructs stop.
I like
They
this
all
country
vanish.
bumpkin
And
outfit.
Mogo yells out, "It wasn't Voltham, it was me. Voltham is
I don't
still
know
dealing
why.
with Korugar. I gave you, the Green Lantern Corps, the things to fight, the things that you needed to take your frustrations out on. You all needed to realize that you control your own destinies, not the First Lantern. As you are the last line of defense against Voltham." And Guy just yells back, "You have a funny way of getting us back in fighting shape, Mogo." But it worked. And the entire Corps prepares for the final battle. In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape our sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware our power. Green Lantern's light!
Let's go
Meanwhile, Carol Ferris
to
has slipped out of the First
this
Lantern's
nice little
grasp as she
lakeside
got away, and
retreat.
she
That's
rocketed
what I
to Kyle
think.
as quickly as she could, and she found him on the floor of his apartment. Kyle comes to his senses and he begins to ask the White Ring where everyone's location is, but the White Ring can't find anyone. So he asks it, Hal Jordan or Sinestro? And
We're
it
just gonna have a
says
nice glide.
Sinestro found. So Carol and Kyle take off at light speed to his location, only to discover Korugar has been destroyed. And with so much death, it throws Kyle off. But before he can get his footing back, Sinestro comes barreling in, furious over all of this. He demands to know
But I
how
can
Kyle
watch
has a
more
white
comics.
ring, and he wants him to fix this, raise his
See,
planet.
that's the power of
But Carol
marijuana.
fights back, demanding to know where Hal Jordan is, only to be batted aside by Sinestro telling her, "He's dead. Now revive my planet." But before he can do any more harm to Kyle, he's quickly wrapped up by Badge and Simon standing there. And Badge tells him, "Calm down, have respect for the dead." Kyle looks to Sinestro and he tells him, "I'll try, but not for you, Sinestro, for all of the lives that were snuffed out here." And so he pushes his power to the limits. He tries his hardest to create life, to revive the dead.
All right, let's
He is able to
go
open
to
the door to the
school, I
lands beyond
guess.
life. But the people of Korugar need to walk through it. They need to help him. And they don't. So his revival fails. So Sinestro realizes that there's only one route left to him, and he grabs his yellow lantern and he takes off for the First Lantern to get his revenge. The First Lantern during all of this was busy giving a speech to the Guardians. He's reminding them of how this all started, how they tapped into the emotional spectrum, creating
Yeah,
the
that reminds
first
me.
ring, how he reached into the spark of creation itself, and it forever altered him. He was infused with all of the emotions, and he created the Great Heart and the First Lantern. He then reached into Ganthet's mouth. "I need this back now, the tool that you used to keep your emotion all of these years. How you differed from the other Guardians." And he pulls out the first ring. Ganthet has had the first ring this entire time. And then the First Lantern reaches out, prepared to alter all of reality to fit his whims. When Green Lantern cuffs appear out of nowhere and they land on his hands. But the First Lantern just laughs. You all don't know yet. I'm back in tip-top
Good thing
shape.
my aim is horrible
Anything that
with
I
my
imagine
parachuting.
is real. And the final battle begins between the Green Lantern Corps and the First Lantern. But just then, the Red Lanterns also arrive. And the fight continues. But the First Lantern just bats everyone off of him. It's not enough. They can't win. When suddenly, Kyle shows up with
Oop,
the entire
don't wanna go this
Green Lantern
way.
Corps and the Star Sapphire Corps. And Guy Gardner
Shit.
calls everyone up. Everyone converge on me. I have an idea.
Terrible.
He has every ring bearer fire their energy into Mogo.
Oh my
He then
God.
focuses
Playing
it all
myself
into
right
one
now.
beam and
Move your
fires it
body.
all at the First Lantern. And for the first time, he's weakened.
Oh,
But it's
Jesus
not enough.
Christ.
He will need to delay the inevitable.
It's terrible.
I've seen my destiny, he tells them as he gets back on his feet. Until Sinestro arrives and he begins to beat on the first
fuck
lantern
that, I
with the
guess.
power of fear. You only delay your own death, he declares. But it's still not enough, as the first lantern just grabs Sinestro. I am not ashamed to admit that I know fear, Sinestro. And suddenly, out of nowhere, the Indigo Tribe teleports all around them and channels death, opening a gateway to the land of the dead. Carol looks on horrified as Hal Jordan comes through the portal as a black lantern, leading every soul that the first lantern ever killed into battle. Take him, Black Lanterns, he is yours to get your revenge, Hal cries out. But the first lantern kills every Black Lantern in one move, and he grabs Hal Jordan by the throat, and he traps him into a bubble. You are the one who has touched every side of the emotional spectrum, from death to life. Yet, at your core, you were never altered. You are more powerful than even the power batteries themselves. If I can find one moment in your life, I can get the last bit of power I need. I can get the spark of creation back.
Oh, better than
What is
nothing.
the one moment that you
what
were
I had
most fearful
before.
in your entire life? And he pulls out the moment that Hal lost his father, the last moment that he was truly afraid. The first lantern kneels down in front of young Hal Jordan, and he says, "What is your wish?" With tears in his eyes, young Hal Jordan looks up and he says, "My dad. I want my dad back." An adult Hal Jordan just begins to tear up. That's it. That is what the first lantern needed. And he reaches into Hal Jordan, pulling out the spark of creation. Sinestro realizes that even with the combined power of everyone, they can't stop the first lantern. It's all failed. So he has one last idea, and he takes off for the green power battery, where he pulls out Parallax, the entity of the Fear Core. Take me, creature. I will be your host. And with the power of an entire core, Sinestro takes off right to the first lantern, and he tears his heart out of his body. The Guardians all look on fearful, terrified of the power that Sinestro now possesses. And the first lantern just looks at him. You think of me as a petty lantern? I am a god.
All right, time to be quiet, Benny. Fence. There's fix. Doesn't share ammo. Oh no, Vector does take that, so I may as well. Something poetic about a Vector killing with a Vector. Things are just meant to be. Smoke. All right. Got a nice kit going. Let's make our way to that little guy right there. Whatever. Alright, let's make our way to the next place. Suppose I'll try to stick to the shadows more. We go. Tells me they're going to be a better shot than me. I think it's somewhere in this way. I think he knows. I think he knows. There he is. I will go the other way while you deal with your life. I go try to find a car. This is closing pretty quick. Try to keep an eye on the road while running towards the bubble. I think that's a fair compromise. Nope. It's just time to run. Oh boy, I got a ways to go. I'll probably be okay. At least I'm not in the red zone. Shit. There's a car. Something tells me they'll see the same thing I'm seeing. Son of a bitch. At least I have a second. Oh, is that a car? Yes, it is. If I get that car, I can be alright in life. Not if I die, though. Tough world. Ah, damn it. I just got to beat him, too. All right, Benny. Tell me about what the fuck is happening.
And seeing that Sinestro was going to need a little help, Hal Jordan decides that he'll bring the entity of his new core to the fight. Then he raises Necron, the entity of death. Necron begins the battle with the First Lantern.
What is even happening at this point? I just, this is why I don't care for the Green Lantern or Lantern books in general. It just gets too metaphysical.
The emotional spectrum from the First Lantern. Otherwise, the First Lantern's death would destroy the entire universe. Hal Jordan continues to lay on him until the First Lantern becomes human again, and Necron kills him. Hal Jordan lands in front of his younger self, and he tells him, "Don't be afraid. Everything is going to be okay. I've saved the day." And he absorbs his younger self back into himself. And a green ring senses it.
What the fuck does that even mean?
You have the ability to overcome great fear. Welcome to the Green Lantern.
I feel like I watch this and then I go to Comics Explained to like, explain to me why, just why any of this.
Sinestro takes off to kill the Guardians, and Hal Jordan chases after him. The two titans of the Green Lantern mythos begin their final bout, and Hal Jordan tells him, "I'm not going to kill you. You can still come back from this. I've seen what kind of Green Lantern you can be." And Sinestro tells him, "The Guardians have to die. Everything is their fault. The Manhunters, the Third Army, even the whole First Lantern disaster. They destroyed Korgar with their poor decisions. They deserved to die for what they did." And Hal Jordan stops. Deserved? You see, Atrocitus has already killed the Guardians. Their first creation, the Manhunters, destroyed his entire sector, and it's left him this rage-filled monster since we met him. All he's wanted is to get his revenge, and he got it. But he did leave one Guardian for Sinestro, Ganthet. And as Sinestro went to kill Ganthet, he asked him, "Won't you fight me?" Hal looks at Sinestro. Sinestro looks at him. "I'm leaving, Hal. All of this is done. You'll never see me again." And Hal stops. "I want to ask you one thing. Were we ever truly friends?" Sinestro stops cold to that question. "That's the tragedy of all of this, Jordan. We will always be friends." And that is it. The other Guardians, the one with emotions who have been trapped up with the First Lantern this whole time, They've decided to take
Christmas
over the
themed
Green
gun?
Lantern Corps by learning from the greatest Green Lantern's example, Hal
Kinda
Jordan.
neat, yes.
And combined with the power of the Star Sapphires and the Blue Lanterns, everyone begins to rebuild Oa. The emotional spectrum itself has been spread out into the universe so that the cores can use it. There is no First Lantern, there is no one person containing everything, and there is no all-powerful being any longer. This is the end of our tale, my friends. But before we close this chapter in our stories, as massive as it is, there's one last thing. A secret only you, me, and 4 other people in the galaxy will ever know. You see, when Sinestro left, he went to one place where no one would ever find him. He didn't kill Ganthet, he brought Ganthet here with him, and he asked Larfleeze to bring Sade. Ganthet and Sade look at each other, overjoyed that they both survived. They don't need to know how they survived, how Sade survived the Third Army, or that Sinestro didn't actually kill Ganthet. With tears in their eyes, they embrace, finally, getting to be together. And Larfleeze looks at Sinestro and he asks him, "What do I get for this?" Sinestro tells him, "You get the greatest secret in the entire galaxy, Larfleeze. Knowledge that Ganthet and Sade survived and are together." Larfleeze looks a little puzzled, and he says, "Well, that doesn't taste so good after rat wheel cheese." But Sinestro just leaves them all there, to be together, forever, in secret. Things have been calm since our last adventure with the Lanterns. Nothing to fear, no universe-ending disasters. Kyle Rayner is still the White Lantern, and he's still able to communicate with all of the emotions within the spectrum. Out of all of those emotions that he can channel, though, he feels that hope is one of the strongest, because even when their homeworld was taken from them, they did not lose their hope. They found a new homeworld, and they set up a new power battery there. They never stopped believing that all will be well. So it doesn't surprise Kyle that Relic came here first. Kyle arrives in the homeworld of the Blue Lanterns just after Relic, bringing the new Guardians and Carol Ferris of the Star Sapphires with him. "What fortuitous timing, Kyle!" Shane Walker exclaims. "I tried to warn you through the rings, but he's blocking us somehow." Relic has arrived on this planet to suck the power battery dry of all of its hope, and Kyle flies straight up to his face to talk to him mano-y-mano. "Stop, Relic. They haven't hurt you. They haven't hurt anyone." "I wish that were true." And with that, he continues to suck the power battery dry of its hope. "You don't really think that you can harm me with your rings, Latesmiths, do you?" "Us? No." And then he motions for the Guardians to bombard Relic with the source of all willpower. Them? Probably. But just as they're starting to make headway, the Guardians all enter a mental landscape with Relic, by themselves with no help from anyone. "I need each of you to see, feel, understand." And Relic shows them the truth about what he is doing, the truth about the emotional spectrum. This truth cripples each Guardian, and they all fall to the ground, allowing Relic to continue draining the blue light of hope. Carol decides that it's her turn, so she bombards Relic with love, but it doesn't affect him, because as she says, he's already
give me a
filled with
follow.
love.
Let me
for
check that
everything.
out.
Kyle decides to tap into the yellow light of fear and
Hey.
blast Relic with fear.
Quarkon,
But he
thanks,
slaps it
man.
away, claiming
Appreciate
he's
that.
already seen the worst fears that the universe has to offer.
Hey,
If
how you
only you
do?
knew what a waste this was, what a precious resource that you squander, Relic says as he continues to suck the energy from the Blue Lantern. And then he redirects all of the Lantern's energies back at them. Kyle dodges his, Carol maneuvers around hers, but Sane Walker takes a full blast to the chest and he falls out of the sky. As he falls to the ground, Relic completes his absorption of the blue light. Brody looks on and
Right on.
Brothers,
I'm
the
doing
battery
good.
is empty. Our
Just
rings
chilling
are
out,
all
playing some PUBG,
and you will
watching
lose even
some
that.
Comics
I cannot
Explained,
allow
the
another
late and
universe
great
to end
Benny.
because of your arrogance. And Relic burns the ground, bombarding all of the ring wielders with everything that he has.
A
Brody
stream
throws up a
pack
pollution
project.
using
What's
the
a
little
stream
energy that
pack
his ring still
project?
holds, while Kyle runs
Pardon
to
my
St. Walker's
ignorance.
side. But the Guardians run over. Lantern Rayner, this is a fight we cannot win. You
Oh,
need to
yeah, let's go to the
understand.
graveyard.
And they
I've
reach
been to
up
the
and they
graveyard,
pass
yeah.
the memories that Relic shared with them. Kyle finally sees what the Guardians saw. He understands what Relic is doing, and he understands what the point of all of this is.
Oh,
He
yeah,
realizes
yeah. I
that
get a lot of
there is, in
offers for
fact,
those.
no hope. Kyle, we need to leave. Teleport us out of here with your indigo.
I'm getting
lantern
my stuff
powers.
together
Carol
slowly
calls
but
him.
surely.
Kyle can't teleport everyone. There's just
I'm
too
not in a
many for
rush.
his ring. So Brody turns to him. Keep hope alive, Kyle Rayner. There are secrets that even the White Lantern does not know. And he overcharges Kyle's Indigo Lantern ring, allowing him to teleport the Guardians, Carol, and save Walker away. The rest of the Blue Lanterns sit there,
Is
and with
this
no blue light
some
left,
kind of
Brody looks at the
zipline
relic.
deal, or?
All will be well. And Relic turns them to bones and dust.
If you want, you could send me a request on Discord,
He is from another
if you like.
universe where the ring wielders were actually called lightsmiths, and he discovered something terrible. The lightsmiths were actually using a resource known as the emotional spectrum for the
Alright,
betterment.
you're gonna have to be quiet, Benny. There's a lot of people near me this time. Yeah, no, I'm definitely open to seeing their work, though. Just send me an invite on Discord, and I'll accept it whenever I get off stream. Or whenever I got seconds. Let's see. Maybe one of those puppies. Yeah, it's just Ronin_Vector, I believe. And they are already cooking. Is it a car? Oh, oh, maybe. I'm gonna give it a maybe. Graphic on you, and you go away. Let's down some pills. Okay, that's close. That's real close. That guy just find no weapons, or did he just panic? I'm probably gonna get killed looting nothing off him. Yeah, he just legitimately had nothing. Betty that. Yeah, I'll accept it whenever I get a moment. I'm probably not gonna hop on Discord like right this second though. But whenever I'm done with my stream, I'd be happy to look at your stuff. I'm just not gonna do it right this second, if you catch my drift. So he does it. There's no way I'm gonna make a shot like that. Oop. Oh yeah. Let's see if I can find that Jeep. I don't even know why I bothered. Hopefully that's an actual vehicle and I'm not just making it up. You got it, car. shit. Alright, yeah. I have become error. Unless this is bullets or footsteps. Can't tell. Wish I knew what that red line meant. I don't get... Alright, I'm not too far from civilization here. I'll check out that little reservoir area. I feel naked out here. Gotcha. A jammer pack? Don't mind if I do. You. Look at that. She brought me cool stuff. Gave me a vehicle. I'm gonna miss her. Ooh, sucks to suck. My vehicle now, though. Pinky up, bitch. Oh. See what's going on over here. Still far? Oh, I still got a ways to go. Shit. Alright, let's just loot and run. Some drugs. I can pick someone up if I look hard. Nothing obvious. So go here. Awesome. That's cool. Completely unhinged, but cool. Knock. Nope. Not saying. Damn. I ran over myself, really? That's fucking hilarious. Oh man. That's a new one. Out of caffeine. Not really caffeine, but keeps me awake. Are they really new? They really... There.
Of their races, and they ran out.
Yeah, this story's gone completely off the
spectrum
rails.
was limited in its energies, and by wielding those powers, the Lightsmiths
I mean, it's not like he's doing a bad job telling the story. I just think the story makes no fucking sense.
Their source wall crumbled, and all life was propelled into the void of nothingness. He was pulled in himself, but the void made him anew with the new universe. A surviving relic from a version of creation that would never be known again.
Story's already all up in its ass.
Billions of years passed until eventually he was awoken again by the presence of Kyle Rayner and these new Guardians.
Why does he look like
the
Batman?
universe to implode again. He will stop these ring wielders, and he will prevent the emotional spectrum from running on empty. Meanwhile, over at OA, the Lanterns are wondering what's going on with their power battery because as they're all reporting into Hal Jordan, it recently spit out a rather ill-looking ion, their entity, and then ion flew off into the sky.
I don't know why
The
that's
power
funny
battery
to
then
me.
temporarily shut down all rings, almost killing a lot of Lanterns. But before they can get any real information on the situation, Kyle warps in on the scene with Carol, St. Walker, and the Guardians. Kyle explains the situation to Hal, that the Lanterns have all been destroying the universe, and that there is one individual coming now named Relic that defeated all of them and intends to absorb all of the light. Hal looks at Kyle oddly. One old geezer beat all of you? In our defense, he is
No,
large.
I can't.
Greetings,
not
green
for
lightness
me.
of this
It's
universe.
not for
I have come
me.
to collect your light. Surrender now, and I will allow you all to leave this planet unharmed. We're Lanterns, Gulliver. Green Lanterns. And surrender isn't
You're
in our
fucking
dictionary,
crossover.
Hal tells him.
Don't get it at
Then
all.
you leave me no other choice but to teach you. Spectrum collection has begun. All of the Green Lanterns begin to feel their energy being absorbed by the small robots that
these
Relic is
pumps are
sending out.
huge.
So Hal throws his green light at Relic. You want light? We'll give you light. But Relic just looks annoyed as he redirects the energy back at Hal Jordan.
Okay,
Well,
let's
I seem to pack a punch. Everyone, let's
go
do
somewhere
this. Hal
unexpected.
shouts as he gives everyone orders. Kyle and Carol need
Go
to
to the
swat away the
resort.
robots while John and Salak go off to protect the Lantern reserves, and Kilowog will round up all of the new recruits. Hal himself will begin the battle against Relic,
even see it
but
from
Relic
here.
throws his attacks aside and he redirects the energies. Everyone is quickly overwhelmed, and no matter what they do, they can't stop him before he drains the entire green power battery. Hal and the rest of the Corps look on in horror as the central power battery explodes and Oa begins to tremble. Saddened, Salak says Oa is about to die. Relic turns to Hal and John as
Oh,
they
look,
come
you can go on
barreling
that
in
whole
ready to
island
fight.
over there.
Still
I
refuse
don't
to
even
lay
think I
down
noticed
their
them.
rings. Green Lanterns have one thing that can never be stopped. Willpower.
Yeah, 'cause there are
and they
boats and
continue their
stuff.
battle against the giant known as Relic, but he just tosses
I think
them
I
aside
seem
again.
pretty
So
alone
John
this
looks at Hal.
way.
We
I
need
think
to
I'll be
retreat.
safe.
Our rings are losing power.
Could spare some more
And if we
minutes
stay,
for
we'll lose most of the Corps,
Comicstorian.
not all of it. Take everyone and get off the planet, Hal. I'll distract him. I'll make the final stand. John, you can't be serious, Hal says. But he knows that there is no other option. The whole planet begins to shake and quiver without the central power battery to keep it afloat, and Hal calls to arms all of the Corps. Be ready for John's signal to leave. We're going to escape. So John takes the best soldiers that he can muster, and the recruits who are ready to lay down their lives, and he gets everyone ready for the ultimate showdown with Relic. They use as much power as they can to make a construct.
Did I luck out again? No, I did the opposite of luck out. Alright.
As John stands
Now our
valiantly
priority
against
is
Relic
finding
and
a
his
vehicle.
collectors, all opposition from Hal,
there's
Kyle,
one.
and everyone else
Nope.
leaves,
It's a
leaving them the
broken down
opportunity that
truck.
they need to leave the planet finally. Once everyone is safe
think I
and
see
Oa
one
is on
that
the brink
way.
of exploding, John takes his men
Hopefully-
and they leave the planet as one of his
hopefully
trusted
no one
friends
else is over here.
sacrifices himself so that everyone else can leave. After saluting his fallen comrades, John heads to the planet of the Indigo
what
Lanterns to get
happens.
their help.
Don't
Relic
see
moves
anyone
on to the next phase
scurrying
of his
down
plans
there,
because he has
so
enough energy to do what he must.
might be okay.
Out in space, staring at
I'll
what was
literally
once
have to
Oa,
just go in and
Hal
like
is at a loss
these
as to what he
buildings
should
here
do
and then
next.
book it to the car.
But everyone agrees that they should go to Yasmalt and talk to Guy
That's the
Gardner.
plan.
Because he's currently the
Please
leader
have
of the
good
Red
stuff.
Lanterns. And the Red Lanterns are a mix of emotional spectrum and
Ooh.
blood magic. Maybe they have an idea
Alright,
on how
that's
they
a
can
good
stop
start.
Relic. When out of the blue, all of the entities arrive in front of them.
Not mad
All of the
about
true
that.
source of the emotional spectrum just show up. They all enter Kyle Rayner's body, transforming him into the ultimate entity host. Without a word, Kyle
Ultimate
begins to take off in a
entity
different
host.
direction, and Hal orders for the Corps to stop him in his tracks. If all of the entities are in Kyle, they can use this.
Where is
But
he? No,
Kyle
I gotta
waves
switch
off
to a
all of the
different
Green
one.
Lanterns, and Hal yells stop.
Oh, look at
And the
that.
entities
It's like I
listen.
do need.
We can all hear you. We all know the struggle that you are dealing with. But it is not Relic that made us weak. This is bigger than you, Lantern. And if you wish to go to Yasmalt, then go! And with a wave of their hand, Hal and the Corps all vanish. And Kyle is left alone to struggle with the voices of every entity in his head. It's too much and he can't resist them as they begin to search for the
There was the
Butcher,
car.
one of the missing entities. Luckily,
Shit,
the
not
Guardians
down
were
that
not
way.
thrown to Yasmalt, and they're here to
it
save
was
Kyle
this
and help
way.
him gain
Yeah.
control once again. The entities are inside me still, but I have control. Kyle tells them as it begins to calm down, and he does gain control. The Guardians look to Kyle and they tell him
Extra
that maybe they
gas
should all
in
convene
case
with
I
Hal
need it.
and the others at Yasmalt then. They'll be a little behind, but they can get there. But Kyle stops them. No, I know what the entities know, and we can't stop Relic. We need to help him. Back with Hal and the Corps, they arrive on Yasmalt to get the help from his undercover agent, Guy Gardner,
Oops.
the current leader of the Reds. But Guy isn't too happy with Hal, and he feels that he's been deserted among the Reds. After a fistfight and an argument, Guy Gardner agrees to aid them, but on one condition. The Red Lanterns will get Earth's sector to patrol after this is over. Back in space, Kyle Rayner takes off to get the Butcher, the entity of rage that is currently being contained in Atrocitus's body after he was kicked out of leading the Reds by Guy Gardner. Kyle takes the Butcher into himself, and he leaves Atrocitus afloat in space with Dexstar here to help him. Once all of the groups are assembled, they all head to
Alright.
Relic's
Might
position
buy me some
to
time
find
if
an
I'm
end to this.
messing
Relic
up
is
too
currently
much.
at the source wall, the edge of the universe,
Hopefully I
and he's
won't
trying to
need
find a
it.
way through the wall to
Rather have
existence
that.
itself. Kyle is the first one to arrive, and he looks at Relic. I have all of the entities, and with their power, there isn't much that I can't do. That may be true, but I will
Alright,
not surrender
I really
my
got a
cause to a
boogie.
mere threat. You don't understand, Relic. I want to help you. The source wall must fall. Back with Hal, Guy, and Carol, they decide to get moving. And since Carol is a Star Sapphire, she can warp to the one that she loves,
Pretty
which is
calm.
now Kyle Rayner, much to Hal's dismay. So she starts the teleportation process to get everyone to Kyle.
Someone's shooting at me.
But before they get there, Relic.
Alright, time to be quiet, Benny. Someone else was hoping to get that car. Someone's gonna be mad. That was the only one I saw near there, too. A hot minute. Anyways. Meant to do that. Totally meant to. That too. Totally meant that too. 100%. Not incompetent. I'm not. Even got spare gas if I need it. Probably gonna spend most of this match just trying to catch up. Oh my god, come on. I can use the gas can from inside the car? That can't be right. Man, these cacti make them tougher here. Damn it. Got a good run. I'm still far too far, though, to be there going it without a vehicle. That way, baby. It's not looking good. Wait, didn't I pick up a bicycle? I did. Luck, don't let me down now. Right. When one door closes, right? Good. Well, at least I'm more quiet now. And I just found a vehicle. I don't think it gets any luckier than that. My bike. Energy drink. Oh, it's already broken. I'm just stupid. Ow. Did I get shot, or is that just me? So it's just me. Maybe not. Fuck me. As it gets. Like my back rear tire could use some love. And as in love, like abandon it, find a better, you know, tire partner. Although with like that self-reviving thing, it makes me wonder if there's like a tire patch kit or something. Oh, gotta go. See you later, breeders. Oh my god. I opened my mouth too soon. You're nothing to me. Still? For fuck's sake. Alright, let's go check out that little house over there. See if I can't resupply myself here. Although, I should probably go deeper in. Sounds like I'm already being shot at. Yeah, there it is. Seem to have any followers here. I didn't mean that ironically. Good. You gotta stay still. I don't know what that person's doing. What the fuck just happened? So fucking weird. I don't know what that was. I think it was worth finding out for him. So, it was worth it to see what
Kyle are
happened.
running out of options to open the source
That was my worst match yet, I
doesn't
think.
have enough power to get through.
No, I had
So he
worse. I
grabs
died pretty
Kyle.
early on in
I
that
accept
one.
your offer to help. And he begins to drain the light of the white lantern and the entities themselves. Just then,
I'm having way
Carol,
too much
Hal,
fun
Guy,
losing.
and the rest of the Corps arrive, and they begin to open fire on Relic and his collectors. And they quickly break Kyle free. And right at that moment, John teleports in with the help of the entire Indigo tribe. He tackles Guy, saving him from a blast and calling him out.
Yeah, it's just not for me.
Santa Lantern. And with the aid of the
This
green, red, and
lantern
indigo cores,
business.
they all open fire on Relic's ship, causing it to explode from the inside and then crash into the source wall, forcing it to become one with the source wall. Hal watches it become part of the wall and remembers, anything that the wall touches, it absorbs. He finally has an idea. Ring, check everyone's charges and keep us updated. John Stewart at 5%, Guy Gardner at 12%, Hal Jordan at 6%, and Kyle Rayner at 28%. Hey Kyle, get in the fight, why don't you? Guy says to him sarcastically. We've got enough power for one more run, so don't waste your energy on blasts or constructs. Indigo 1, teleport us between Relic and his reflectors. So that's exactly what she does, and they all literally jump onto Relic's head, and they all begin to push him backwards towards the wall as he struggles to fight back. But once they gain momentum, Hal, John, and Guy all back off like planned. But Kyle, he uses the last of his juice to continue pulling Relic towards the wall. Kyle's ring overcharges as he pulls Relic into the source wall. Relic finally sees the source behind the source wall as he attempts to pull himself out. Then Relic becomes one with the source wall. Everyone stares in horror as they realize that Kyle just gave his life to replenish the emotional spectrum.
Yeah, right.
By going through
Like
the
anyone
wall with
fucking
all of the
dies in these
entities,
things.
The emotional spectrum is
I
officially
don't believe
refilled.
you.
Kyle's gone, Hal says. He went down on the line of duty, and we'll honor him for that. But now, we need to get everyone home, Hal. So the Indigo tribe surrounds all of the Green Lanterns, and they begin a massive teleportation, warping everyone to Mogo, the giant planet-sized Green Lantern, and their new home. The Indigo tribe was even nice enough to use their ancient arts and restore the green power battery. So Hal raises his recharged ring into the sky. And the brightest day and the blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware our power, Green Lantern's light. And then he realizes that no one is reciting it with him. One of the Green Lanterns stepped forward. Don't you see, Hal? Relic was right. While Kyle's sacrifice did replenish the emotional spectrum, the clock is already ticking down to when the universe will end again. And who's to say that there will ever be a White Lantern again to replenish it? Meanwhile, across the galaxy at the Source Wall, the Guardians stand at the absorbed Relic and they comment on how losing Kyle Rayner is a great loss for them. Only to see a rainbow shoot out of the wall and outsteps Kyle. Tell us, Kyle, what happened over there? The entities, they sacrificed themselves. They're dead. What else do you remember? You must have experienced so much. I don't remember. But then one of the other Guardians speaks up. Kyle Rayner's revival must be kept secret from me, or it is time for his true journey to begin. We now go to Carol Ferris on the homeworld of the Star Sapphires, trying to explain what happened to the Star Sapphire Council. She is sad because she started to develop feelings for Kyle. But at that moment, she gets an odd message from the new Guardians.
Let's go to the
and she
power
leaves
plant.
at top
The
speed.
Malta
You
power
jerk, she screams at
plant.
Kyle as he stands
Or
in
is
front
it
of her
Malta?
smiling. You let all of us
It's
think
probably
that you were
Malta.
dead? Kyle, why didn't you tell me that you were alive?
I'm just
You didn't tell me
a
that I was
hillbilly
alive.
from the
That's why
future.
you're
I
here,
don't know
Torts.
these big
No, the
fancy
Guardians asked me to come
one-syllable
here, and I'm
names.
quoting here to address a matter of concern regarding Lantern Rayner. Sorry? She then
All right,
jumps
who
into
do we
his
got?
arms, just happy that he's
Don't
alive
see
and
nothing.
here. And she asks why he isn't telling anyone else. And
Big
he
nice
explains,
glide.
Sam Walker is in a coma. Guy is a Red Lantern now, and John would just tell Hal, and he isn't ready for Hal to find out. At that moment, one of the Guardians brings over a native to the planet that they are on. and he holds his hand out. I am nice
Well, he's been
Den
holding
Granin,
the-
and I am happy to be making new
whatever.
friends. So Kyle holds
Hardly
out his
matters.
hand. I am Kyle Rayner of the White.
See a few
friend of Angry Women.
stragglers.
Carol isn't exactly happy with that
Not
remark,
many.
and Nias walks them through the planet,
Some that
introducing
way.
them to a utopian paradise. His people, the
Guess I'll start
Xurians,
with
have
this.
accomplished something that no one else
I don't
has
want to make
managed
the
to
same
pull
mistake
off.
as last time
Perfection.
and
He then jumps
get
off the
my
tower
pants torn
backwards,
off.
forcing Kyle and Carol to jump after what they are assuming is a suicidal alien.
I'm
The
pretty
planet
close,
actually
too,
catches
so
him and
I've got
floats him to
time
the
to
bottom. Nias explains
tool
what
around,
the
at
planet
least in this
provides. No
little
one on this
area.
planet has a need
Nice if
or
I
a
could see a
want.
car.
Everything is perfect and provided for them.
Any cars
and once
around?
Kyle and Carol are alone again,
A bicycle,
Zala, one of
perhaps?
the Guardians, approaches them to explain why they're
No?
here. Their predecessors, the
Doesn't
original
look like
Guardians,
it.
tried for centuries to create
Well,
a utopia, and they failed
we'll just do our
horribly.
best,
While
right?
this planet that was once on the same path as Earth has managed to do it by themselves. She wants Kyle to explore this planet until he finds a place that he isn't allowed to go. Because once he finds that, he'll find out how they did this. Because paradise doesn't come without a cost. Something must have been done to these people. So as the Guardians distract Nias, Kyle uses his ring to sense all of the emotions in the spectrum, and he can of course detect love, will, hope, and compassion. But it's the feelings of anger and fear that make him curious, because it's coming from all of the teenagers heading to a single large building. As Kyle says, if you're looking for fear and anger, teenagers are the way to go. Kyle and Carol head to that spot, where oddly they are welcomed to actually enter the
that's a
structure.
weird thing
they
to
do
say.
Not hide anything here. As a matter of
You
fact,
think too hard
they want
about it.
everyone to see this. That is what these young ones are
let's
doing.
go
They are
with
coming to see the
that
truth. Carol looks at Kyle. This has re-education written all over it. But Kyle does as the Guardians have asked him, and he walks in alone to a room filled with people. How anticlimactic, Kyle says to himself.
the
He
scope,
demands that
though.
the one on the ramp stop what he is doing.
Or
None of
did
this
I
feels
not?
right,
Where's
and if
the
he's
scope?
hurting these kids, I am,
Can I
the
not?
man says. And this causes Kyle to pause.
crazy?
Not the answer that you
Feel
were
like I had a
expecting,
scope
friend?
around.
Well, most villains don't come out and say it.
I guess I'm
am
crazy.
to be the villain in
I don't
this
know.
then, huh, friend? So he invites
Whatever.
Kyle to look at the broken mirror thingy so that he can explain. This planet is able to look into other timelines. Timelines where small and large changes have happened. And then they go there and they take the change, they take the miracle from another timeline. He then takes Kyle and he walks through the mirror, showing a world engulfed in flames and destroyed. They take the best timelines and they leave the subpar timelines with the other worlds. Sometimes they take small changes, but sometimes they take big changes. Kyle is in shock. You're stealing futures to create a world where everything has gone right? Yes. And all of our people must accept it. Some do, and they come back knowing what is sacrificed for them, while some can't deal with what they've done and choose to stay in those worlds to try and help those people. And you think that this makes it okay? Kyle demands to know. I do. If we left those moments in place, many
C4
timelines
you
would be okay,
say.
but only by small amounts. Instead, we can make one perfect place.
If I
And
can't
that's when
find
a
a use
spear
for
comes
you.
out of nowhere and hits the old man. Kyle takes him back through the portal, but then behind him he sees
Got
you
a
through it
scope.
as the residents of the destroyed timeline are here to get their future back.
All right, we got a
Kyle
respectable
immediately
kit
begins to
going.
throw around his constructs, but for some
I
reason he
do.
can't hit the invader, and that's when the Guardians tell him it's a living structure. It won't allow
You need to get the
violence.
fuck outta
If
here.
Kyle keeps using his ring, the structure will keep pushing back, and it will prevent him until he destroys the planet. So he
Got a
makes a
new
willpower-based
form.
bubble around the invaders. He then uses the power of hope to heal the old man. The
All right,
invaders
Benny.
break free from the bubble,
Quiet
and they begin
time.
with their plan to kill everyone on this planet. Then
Got enough ammo. All right, it's time to. I should have started a minute ago. I could make it. Might get a little damaged. We'll see. Oh, I think I just gave myself a mini heart attack. I thought I saw someone run across, and I think it was just the tip of my barrel. I get scared at the length, even if it's my own. Look at that. Someone out there is looking out for me. Too much time. I got plenty of time. I want to go loot these places over here. Try not to drive it like an asshole. Yeah, so we'll put this leg right here. Although, I can see the fucking log work there. Whatever. Good enough. Wow, not a single window, huh? At least none I could get to. Seeing anything in there, really. So I could use the gas. Screw this place. Come on. There you are. Oops. I've done that. Oof. I don't actually have to use the bathroom again, so see what happens. Maybe I'll be safe. I'll be back in a sec. Ooh, back just in time. Presumably. Fuck. Here we go. Oh man, you should be able to use the grenade, little mini smoke launcher. I think. While you're driving. I think it would have been more fun anyways. Goddamn logs. And it's the log's fault, not me. Take no responsibility. Oh, that's hilarious. Man, the zone really got away from me. What is that, the fucking Legion of Doom? No, it's just a bunker, but driving up to it, it reminded me of the Legion of Doom. Simple man, though. Simple ideas. I think I heard something else. I think it's just the sound of my own engine. I'm crazy. Crazy person. Ah, oh, damn it. Good shot. Should have played it more defensively. I would have had the advantage too, because he didn't have much cover. Just gotta play it cool. Oh my god, this story is like, I have no idea what's going on.
The alternate old man comes through the gate to reconfigure the structure.
I'm determined though. I'm determined to go through all his full stories.
All of the other timelines to cross if they want to. Carol looks up at all of the other destroyed timelines. Oh, this is not good. Kyle then begins smashing the mirrors, trying to prevent the portals, and with the change in the structure, the protection systems are down, allowing Kyle to properly use his ring. An all-out war begins on the planet with the invaders attacking everyone, and Kyle and Carol try to hold them back, but with them keeping the invaders busy, the Guardians have an idea, and they begin heading off in a different direction. Kyle then begins battling against the other world's champion, an alternate Nias, and he's trying his best to win this fight and save the planet. While all of this is happening, the old man that controlled the portal and the one from the alternate universe realize they are actually one and the same. As much as they tried to picture each other as monsters, they are just different versions of the same person. During this talk, Kyle is hitting the alternate Nias with everything he has until he finally gets a free shot at the device on the alternate Nias' arm, the device that can reconfigure the structure. He then smacks him down, winning their fight. The structures begin repairing themselves, and Kyle holds the biggest culprits to the invasion, while Carol, as she puts it, pushed the alternate versions back through the holes. She really doesn't have a vocabulary for this. Kyle then gives them an ultimatum. Shut these portals down and make it right, or he will. And with that, he takes off into space until Carol catches up and asks, "Are you okay? Because giving an ultimatum like that doesn't feel like you." Kyle explains that he has all of this power, but sometimes even the best solution is the worst one, and he can't let them conspire futures. So if he has to be the one to lay down the law, so be it. He then takes off into space to think. But the new Guardians have their own conversation. It would have been great if we could just
have the torso there and then slap this guy.
Lantern Kyle does not understand what he saw.
But now I'm starting not to give a shit about this one.
They are still coming, and he is not ready to face them. We'll have to keep testing him.
Like, even the gloves aren't separate. Why couldn't they separate the gloves, at least?
There is something coming. Something incredible and something ferocious. Kyle needs to get ready for his role as the White Lantern.
Complaining about
but some
the wrong
wonder if he
things
can even do
way.
it. It's time for his next trial. Our story begins without him, though. In Space Sector
That could be fun.
0619, an alien race is telling a father that he has to pick one of his children. He then escorts his child to
Think
an
about
altar-looking
it.
location, and he tells him,
Takes forever
"This is
to
a
get
great
these
thing."
damn
In the center of
credits.
the structure, a holy being sits, ready to accept his offering. He then reaches down, and he places his hand on another child's head, and with holy fire, he burns him alive. So the child that was walked up here then begins to cry. He doesn't want this. He doesn't want to be an offering. He doesn't care if the sun rises tomorrow. And that's when a being in armor jumps in, killing the god. He tears off the god's head and he declares, "I bring you freedom." As the sun begins to rise behind him, the people realize that this was a false god. Meanwhile, in Sector 0001, not far from the Source Wall, Kyle Rayner, the White Lantern, Carol Ferris, a Star Sapphire, and the new Guardians are on a journey of discovery to learn about the White Lantern and its powers. It contains the powers of all of the Lantern rings and of life itself.
And I
Some would
really
say
wish
that
I
it
could
turns
use
its
this
wielder
with
into a
the
god.
cloak.
But is that true? As they're flying to their next
probably my
location,
favorite
Kyle is
torso.
explaining that there are currently 6 Guardians with them.
Why
but
does it
there
have to
was
take a
seventh.
head
After
slide?
they were confronted by
Why?
Rogue, he left
Why is
the
it such
group
a
to seek his
pig?
own answers and discover the universe on his own. Kyle had a bet on how long the new Guardians would last in this journey, and he's currently winning because one of them has now left their company. But that's okay. Zala, one of the Guardians, also had placed a bet as to how long it would take Kyle to notice that one of the Guardians had left, and she won that bet. With that, they arrive at the planet Kalosa, their next location. Carol asks what they're looking at, and Kyle tells her, "A planet." But Palco explains the planet to them before she can jam her ring up Kyle's, well, you get the idea. This planet is not particularly remarkable, but recently a new religious sect has popped up and they are spreading their word as the light in the fire. They are a peaceful empire with a peaceful religion that has been going from planet to planet spreading their word and bringing each world into their religion. The interesting thing that has drawn the attention of the new Guardians is that each world that this religion touches gets better and it grows. That's when Kyle sees the cost of this peace. They appear and find an army of murder caterpillars, as Kyle puts it, bombing the poor farmers in the area. So Kyle and Carol get to work saving the day with their rings, except that they're told to stop. Everyone stop! Kyle looks down to see a Tamaran woman standing there in a room. Bloodshed is not the way. It is not what she would want. It is not what we want. She explains that the army has been dispatched to round up the religious sect's members because their beliefs of equality and
Go to the
liberty make
boatyard.
them an inconvenient target for the elite. Kyle asks why they don't fight back as she tells them, "It is not our way.
Guessing
It would only
it's
incite more
right
conflict.
there.
Every time you push back, they shriek harder." And then she points down at the army that Kyle was just fighting. Looking down, Kyle sees that there are more weapons coming in. He facepalms. "Carol, you take the murder caterpillars on the right end. How many cannonballs do you think you can stop with your ring?" "Not enough." So one of the new Guardians flies in. I think this will take a different approach, and he tries to reason with them. But they fire their cannonballs, and Carol and Kyle have to try and stop as many as they can. But then he realizes this isn't going to work. They can't stop them all before the people die. So he tries something new, and he spreads compassion over the entire planet. And everyone stops. They feel everyone else's pain, fear, anger, hope, will. Both sides have shared their feelings with each other, and neither can bring themselves to fight any longer. Carol looks at the ending conflict. Well, that worked. Not really. I can't spread it very far, just what happened in this spot. And when it wears off, they're going to fight again. He then stands
Damn
up and
it.
sees the burning city in front of him. I wish I could have stopped this. And then, the incredible happens. The
You know what?
light and the fire
Get
comes to
some
the planet,
distance.
restoring everything. A being of pure light and fire has appeared. The goddess that they worship, Zal. And elsewhere, in Space Sector 0170, the God Killers have picked up on her arrival and they realize the object of their obsession has returned to the world, and it's time to kill it. The goddess appears to Kyle and everyone. "Would you not kneel?" "Sorry, no, I'm not really inclined to bend the knee for a light show. I've seen gods before, might have been one." "You won't kneel?" Zal shouts, spreading her fire all around. "Good, you're right to be skeptical. And frankly, I've had quite enough of the kneeling." Carol asks, "So not a god then?" But Zal stops that train of thought. "I am a god, but not one that requires or enjoys worship, and not one who enjoys false modesty enough to deny what is obviously true," she says, looking at the new Guardians. "You know us?" Zala asks. "What sort of god would I be if I did not recognize fellow gods?" I am Zala, and we are not gods. Is that so? Your kind
Same
reshapes
job.
the world to fit your ideals, and you prefer to call yourself guardians. But I see it differently. Kyle interrupts them. So are you a god in presence alone, or are you here to help? It is my power that will help, Zala announces, and her structure begins to melt, and it begins to reshape the world around Kyle. I'm gonna need to know a little bit more about you before I let you do this, Zal. There's that arrogance again. Do you think you can stop me? But a few moments later, a streak of blue races through the sky, and it lands in front of Zal. The God Killer then stands up. I have found you, Destroyer. Confused, Zal tells him, I have not hidden. Why have you come here? You don't—
Alright, Benny. Concentration time. That legitimately scared the fuck out of me. Wow, got this thing all fitted out. So this is all good. Oh, I'm already in the circle. Alright. Well, let's fuck over that one car. Take this one. And I'm gonna go there. Take a nice drive. Oop. A little bit of drift on this guy. What am I looking at there? Oh, get down! Ah, fuck. Just a little off.
remember us? You do not remember the tale of your
That's okay.
creation?
I'll just
The makers
remember it.
arrived at your god's homeworld and they kidnapped her. They then experimented on her until they granted
Got
her
great
this
coping
power. And in
mechanisms.
her wrath, she destroyed
Many
the planet that
safeguards
the
in
makers were
place.
on at the time. My homeworld. You came to our world and we saw hope,
Let's see.
but you only brought destruction with your rage. He then commands the rest of the God Killers to land, and they all spear Zal with their weapons over
What's the
and
clan
over,
doing?
killing her.
My mighty
I can't
clan.
die. And then she explodes in light and fire. Her disciple hits the ground screaming, "No!"
Keep forgetting to
And
put
Kyle
myself back
floats over to
online.
them. Kyle is damn right, no. The lead God Killer turns to Kyle. We will do our duty as God Killers, and I suspect
Always
you,
forget
White
how to do
Lantern, will
this.
do what you believe to be yours. So be it. Kill them! The God Killers jump in, battling against Kyle, Carol, and the new Guardians, and they try their best to keep the God Killers focused on them, and not the city. But that's when the Guardians notice whatever weapons they're
There it
using are
is.
far stronger than
So
they ever
this-
should be. If this fight
Yep.
continues to escalate, it will endanger the entire
Ah.
planet. But that's the least of their worries. Azal is
I'm a
not
real
dead,
person.
and she is very pissed. As Kyle's getting
Yes.
beat down with those weird weapons, Zal begins to burn with the power of a god. The
the way he
small
said
nuclear
that.
blasts
Yes.
start going off and scorching the planet. She then begins creating fire tornadoes, wrapping everyone up in them.
Maybe
The
it doesn't
Guardians don't even
count,
have the
you know,
power to
against
stop her, and
YouTube's
they do their best to
no-no
contain
word
her fury and
policies
rage.
if
But while she's
it sounds like
exploding in power,
nonsense.
the God Killers kill her disciple Kala. With so
Yes.
much rage spilling over this planet and Kala dying, Kyle absorbs all of their hatred and he allows the red power of rage to flow through him. He begins blasting the lead God Killer and forms a construct power suit around him to beat the man down.
It's not Benny's
He then
fault, the
begins to
story's
lose control
horrible.
and he almost hurts Carol, but he stops and he realizes that he's absorbed too much hatred. Kyle realizes that this is a losing battle, and if this continues to escalate, they will
story's
lose the
so
whole
dumb.
planet. So he takes Carol's hand and he
I
tries
could care
something
any
that he's
less
never
about
done
Kylo
before.
Ren or
He uses the full power of love and compassion.
He started
and pumps it
cool.
through his every
Like the
fiber
idea
in
of
his being. All of the
an
God
artist
Killers are
does a Green
teleported away,
Lantern,
and
but
Kyle hits the
I don't know,
ground
now
with
he's
his
Space
essence leaking
Jesus,
out
I
of his own
guess.
body. The Guardians fly over
just,
in a hurry with
I
Carol
don't think it's
begging
all
for them
that
to help him,
interesting.
and they stabilize his form, barely. Zal screams at them, "You will tell me where you sent them! This cannot be allowed to continue!" And Zala tells her, "You know we will not tell you, and if you try to force us, this planet will suffer. You can be more than this. You can help these people. You can be what Kala believed you to be. We will not force you, but we will ask. Be what your children need, Zal." Zal turns away from the Guardians to Kala, her fallen disciple. "I'm sorry, Kala, but this can't happen again." And she vanishes. Over with Kyle, Carol is holding his head in her lap. Did we win? Because if we lost, this is the worst afterlife ever. The God Killers are gone, Zal is gone, and your brains are in your head. That's win! The Guardians float over and they ask Kyle how he's doing, and they tell him that he did the impossible. He teleported all of the God Killers out of their weapons and armor, and away. While he may not want to accept that he is a god, even the Guardians don't know the full range of his power. Perhaps he may want to admit what he's becoming. Meanwhile, on the old homeworld of the Blue Lanterns, the God Killers are preparing to survive and find a way to get their revenge. After everything has happened, Kyle is sitting at his desk in his apartment trying to draw. It's all wrong. Something is broken about it. He holds his hands to his head and he tells himself, "I can see it in my head. Just can't get it right." The messed up, broken-looking girl next to him apologizes for looking the way that she does, and he tells her, "It's not your fault.
It's a fun nightmare.
He begins to erase the drawing, and the girl next to him begins
Let's
to
go to
vanish in
Gattaca.
existence while a black and
I've been
purple
in the
energy
fields
flows
of
around
Gattaca,
him.
but I don't think I've ever been to
Meanwhile, Carol has
Gattaca.
finally returned home from her journeys with Kyle in
Gattaca.
space, and after being berated by her board of directors, she decides she needs a break. So she flies to New York to have a little stay in Kyle's apartment while he's off world.
Doesn't look like
But
I'm
after he
sharing
opens
too
the door,
much.
she asks him, "What are you doing here?" "I live here." "No, I mean on Earth, Kyle. You told me you were going to stay with the Guardians while I went back home." Kyle looks confused. I'm not sure. I just needed to be here. I needed to have a life." Carol looks around and sees various scorch marks on the walls, and there's especially one that looks like a human being where the girl just was. She then looks around and sees that the entire place is in shambles. She turns around with her uniform on, wrapping up Kyle in her power. "Just who
Don't
the
see anyone
hell are
coming
you?"
my way.
"Carol, what are you doing? I'm Kyle.
I have a minute
I don't
to
believe Kyle would come back to Earth without telling me,
do
or
some
come back
looting.
without me feeling it. And I definitely don't believe that he would take his ring
Don't
off."
think I
So
see
Kyle
any
makes a white
vehicles
ring
that
appear on
are
his hand.
obvious
"Carol,
to
I have
me.
the ring on. You need to let me go. Forming a ring out of your skin is not doing a lot to convince me that you are actually Kyle in front of me." So Kyle begins to form his uniform around him, but it's not the White Lantern's outfit
And
that
I'm
we're
not
used
seeing
to.
anything
This one is a black version with a
terms
White
of
Lantern symbol on his
vehicular
chest. He breaks out of her bonds and he
activities.
tells her, "I'm not
Could be a
sure
good
what's
chance
wrong
I
with
find
you.
a bike here,
I'll make it
though,
right.
since it is
I can
kind of
fix
a
anything." She then blasts him through the chest, and he acts unfazed.
rural
It's
area.
okay. It's okay. I can make it
Or maybe
right.
I'm just overthinking
Meanwhile,
that
deep in
part. I
space,
don't know.
Kyle is fighting it out with space sharks and space squids. Kyle comments about how this isn't right. Someone is changing them, altering them. Space sharks are already rare, and space squids don't exist. The Guardians explain that whatever altered the very makeup of these creatures is beyond them. There's something new out there. And they notice a
Right.
nearby space station is completely void of life, when it
Like
shouldn't
finding
be.
me a jammy
Before
jam.
they can resolve this mystery, Kyle gets a very bad feeling. There is something wrong with Carol. The Guardians tell him that he can't go, though. Not until they find these makers that the God Killers spoke of. The ones that had a
Level
hand in
3
these missing people
backpack.
and
Why do
the
you put me
space
in this
squids.
position?
But
I'm
Kyle
already
isn't
in the
going to be
area, so I
stopped.
guess I don't need
This
the
is
jam.
Carol, and he leaves at light speed. He arrives
I
back
knew
on
I'd find a
Earth going
bike.
right
I
to where
knew
Carol
it. I
is,
knew if I
which is
just
oddly
believed
Arizona,
hard
the
enough,
home of Kyle's
I would
father.
find it.
More shockingly is that there's
And
an
an
energy
8
field around his
scope.
hometown. When he tries to scan it,
like
he loses
that.
control of his ring and he falls through the energy field,
Just gotta
landing
find
in
a
front of his
gun to
father's
use
shop.
it on.
He then looks down at his hand and he's literally coming apart at the seams. Coming apart! I need to stop this! Carol floats down in front of him. Yeah, we do. She explains that whoever this is constantly changing everything. Originally, they were in New York with Kyle's apartment, but now they're in Arizona
Right.
with Kyle's
Pretty
hometown.
lucky start so
Regardless of
far.
what he's doing, he
Probably
believes
make my
Carol
way
is
to the
supposed to be there,
ruins.
so she can't leave.
You know what? Now
She
let's
then looks at
make
Kyle
our
as
way
he's
to this
evading and tells him,
next.
"Stay real,
After
Kyle.
I'm done
Stay here.
fooling around
You're with
here."
me." But something is overcoming him. He falls to the ground chanting, "I'm not real. I'm nothing. I'm
Close,
nothing.
thank you.
I'm nothing. Kyle, you need to feel it." So she gives him a big kiss, and he feels what's real. Now that he's in the right state of mind, he looks around and he realizes he can't see the people. But Carol tells him to relax, and she shows him his father. She kept him safe. Then Kyle turns to her. "I'm about to find out who he is, aren't I?" And behind them is Kyle? It's the evil Kyle, draped in a black version of the White Lantern uniform, and surrounded by the incorrect versions of all of Kyle's friends. It's all wrong, everything.
Alright, Benny. We'll get back to that in a second. Sounds like it's getting interesting. I like the nightmare aspect of it. Creative minds tend to have cool nightmares. They probably wouldn't use that word, but... Oh, I ignored those goodies. How could I? How could I? Can you just close? Thank you. All the time in the world I need. And give me that time. Alright, let's do some looking around. Nothing. Of the ordinary. Still have some time. Should use it to find a better rifle. Whoops. Oh. Huh. Thought for sure I would have taken some damage then. Neat. See, now I understand its use. So I basically had the same scope on either end of my gun when I had originally picked that up. It's pointless. I'll switch to the 45. I guess that's a respectable amount of supplies there. Oh, is that a car just for moi? For moi? Don't mind if I do. Let's go to the boatyard then. Get ourselves a boat. Ooh. Didn't hit the rock for once. Clicky finger. Made a click. Actually, I misclick. Oh, just the red zone. Forget that it's even a thing. I've yet to be killed by it. Uh-oh. Damn it. Fuck. Man, I keep dying in the lamest ways now. Alright, give me more nonsense,
Everything's
Benny.
wrong, but don't worry. Evil Kyle wants to make it right.
Evil
They both
Kyle.
fly straight up and stare at each other. It's my face! Evil Kyle tells him, but Kyle asks him, what did he do to these people? And Evil Kyle explains, they weren't right. I'm trying to fix them. So Kyle tells him, they aren't his to fix. That's his life down there. And Evil Kyle slaps him away. This is your fault. You took everything that's supposed to be mine. You did this. And he blasts Kyle with a barrage of energy. Kyle hits the ground and he feels the energy hitting him again. So Carol hits the evil Kyle with her power. The building and the people begin to melt and fall apart around them as the evil version of Kyle is beginning to get filled with the red power of rage. And that's when his father steps forward. Stop! But evil Kyle turns the power to his father and Kyle has to jump in to save him. I'm ending this. And then he hits the evil version of himself with the white power of life. The evil version vanishes and
I don't understand why there's so many. We got like someone hugging their childhood or something. We have good Kyle, bad Kyle. I am just so lost. They just keep hitting me with these existential crises one after another. I'm gonna grab a snack real quick. I'm starving.
Kyle embraces his father, but everything begins to melt
I'm
all over again.
back.
Kyle begins to feel weak because it isn't over. The evil version grows.
I
to the
bet you that
size
was
of a
less
building.
than 5
Carol
minutes.
gets Kyle's father and the civilians out of the way, while Kyle uses the white power of life to create a giant version of himself to
You
grab the
bitch.
evil version. The evil version's long
Maybe
tongue
it was
is swinging
exactly
in the
5
wind
minutes.
as he throws a building at Kyle. I know what has to happen now. He then charges at Kyle. I have to consume you. I need to be whole. Kyle creates a giant white mecha construct, and he begins to bombard his evil version, but the evil version flies right up to Kyle, and he begins filling him with darkness, using tentacles to start pumping
Filling
darkness
him
into Kyle.
with
So
darkness.
Kyle explodes into white light.
I wanna be filled
Carol
with
runs to the scene as
darkness.
quickly as she can, pulling all of the civilians with her, and they barely get out of range as the white light's explosion
That's
envelops
nice.
the area. Once the smoke
Alright,
clears,
why am I
things
stuck
are even
here?
worse because the source wall.
Am I
has
stuck
formed
here
around the
forever? Is
entire
this
city,
just my
and
life?
Kyle's face is
How
popping
do I get out
all
of
over
this?
it. As a voice in Carol's head explains that he went beyond the source wall during the fight
What
with
the hell
Lilith,
just
and it's been
happened?
haunting him ever since. He has seen creation in the face of where everything began, the source, but he couldn't remember what he saw. Now, Kyle knows what this is, what this evil version of him is. It's oblivion. He is Kyle. When Kyle went beyond the source wall, it changed him. And beyond the source wall, Kyle saw everything. The operating codes to all of reality. It was his anxiety, his fears, anger, everything that gnawed at his mind, given form. It became oblivion, the evil version of himself. And now he knows the answer is not to fight, because he has finally realized why he's getting more and more powerful recently. He's been doing it subconsciously. When he wants something, he has the ability to rewrite the codes of reality, the codes of life
Like
itself.
a combination
But the
of
possibilities
Liddy
are so
and
endless that he has
some
been losing himself in the engine of
motocross
creation. And with
protective
that message to
gear.
Carol, Kyle closes the source wall and he vanishes from existence because he needs to end this himself. But Kyle's not dead or removed from existence like Carol thinks. He actually wakes up in
You know
an
what?
empty
You ever
world
see me
all
wearing
alone.
this in real
He
life?
has no idea where he is,
Just-
so he explores
you
and
know,
he realizes that he is now
I'm
in a
being
dead
controlled
world,
by,
and
like,
he can feel the people that were
brainworms or
once on this
something.
dead world. He feels sympathy for the dead. He's not sure
It's
if
just
it's the
not my-
indigo
I
power
couldn't
of
pull it off.
compassion amped up to 11 or a new white light power. He panics
to be
and he
fair,
runs
I
to the
can't
hills
pull
of this
a lot of
planet,
things
and then he
off.
turns around to see that
So,
life is growing
it's hard to get
on
stuff
this
around
dead
this
world
jumpsuit.
with his every footstep. He is life, and he's needed. So he has a hunch, and he flies to the center of this planet. He understands where he is now. It's a living planet like Mogo, and he finds the planet's heart and he hits it with the power of life, reviving it from the dead. He then asks
Can I
if
just
the planet
not
is
have a
alive
shirt?
again, and the planet
Yeah,
thanks him.
there we go.
So Kyle asks for its story. It tells him that it is a living planet and it made friends with a race of beings that resided here. He helped them and he provided. They took all they could and they left him bare. So he killed them all. He had to prevent them from taking everything from him. He had to prevent his own death. The planet then tries to burn Kyle and throw him to the surface where it hits him with lightning strikes. Because it explains that the Green Lantern planet Mogo, his brother, destroyed him for his actions. That is who killed this planet. The planet continues to try and crush and swallow Kyle because it doesn't trust the lanterns, and Kyle begs for it to stop. Don't make him do this. In the end, Kyle needs to fly back down to the center of this world and take the life that he granted it. And then he flies off into space, between oblivion, giving life, and taking life. He understands what the problem is. His power is too great, and he has no idea what he's doing with it. How do you just become a godlike being? What do you do with the power of creation? But what about Carol and the Guardians? Well, the Guardians arrive on Earth looking for their White Lantern. They have their own emergency. Their brother Karos, that left us in the last adventure, sent out a distress call. They want Kyle, but Carol asks them, is that because something awful is coming? It's time for Kyle's solo journey to come to an end soon, as he finally meets the Makers. Recently, one of the Guardians left Kyle, Carol, and the new Guardians.
Why?
Quaros, who has
Why?
his
Why
own
couldn't they
adventure to
just put it
discover the
down a
meaning of
little
life
bit
itself.
more?
And right now he's on a planet telling a poor alien to be quiet before they get abducted. He's here watching billions of aliens get abducted directly from their homes. And he charges at the ship shouting, "I will not allow this!" So the ship above moves every one of its beams to him, and even he can't stop it anymore. It begins to pull him to the ship. "Show yourself, Makers! Show me what you are!" he shouts as they pull him helplessly into the ship. "Yes, we will show you." The rest of the new Guardians arrive on this world much later to try and get their clues. Carol wants to help them, but she's telling them Kyle is missing also. Why aren't they looking for him as well? And one of the Guardians tell her, Kyle is powerful enough to defend himself. If he's in trouble, they would feel it. So the Guardians use their powers to link with their brother and try to get answers as to his whereabouts, and they're immediately blown back by his psychic energies. They can tell that he is suffering. Quaros is strapped to a machine, one that is literally tearing him limb from limb. The new Guardians and Carol go to the location of the Maker's ship, and without even considering a plan, they go directly inside with Carol telling them this is a very bad idea. Being desperate is making them dumb. Inside, they find creatures that are altered, their bloody limbs lying on the ground, and they can tell that these beings have the molecular coherence that they saw in Zal the goddess. They go deeper and they find more mutilated aliens, still alive, asking for help, and creatures attached to machines. The Guardians begin to panic. These beings cannot be allowed to mutilate a Guardian of the universe. One of the altered creatures begins to close up around them, trapping the Guardians, and Carol begins to panic herself. She knew this was a bad idea. The poor creature is apologizing. She can't help it. They did this to her. Then a bright white light appears next to her, and Kyle appears out of nowhere. I missed you too. Kyle! So what the hell is going on, and what the hell is that? Carol asks Kyle what happened to him after Arizona when he fought Oblivion, and he tells her, after Arizona when I destroyed Oblivion by doing whatever it is I did, I woke up on a living planet that had gone insane and I revived it and then I had to kill it again, and it really wasn't fun for me, and then I tried to find you and now this. Carol just stares at him. Are you gonna slap me or something? Anything, Carol? And then she jumps on him, giving him another passionate kiss. That's better than slapping. They get to work flying deeper into the ship, and Kyle pushes out the power of life to see what they're dealing with. But it confuses him because he's reading everything and nothing at the same time. Meanwhile, the Guardians are being tortured and attached to machines, drained of their life force, and Zala shouts with blood spewing out of her mouth, "We will destroy you!" But another Guardian tells them, enough is enough. But it isn't. The High has looked.
Those hands aren't quite matching up, are they?
We have only done what you would have us do. We have learned. We have only done as asked. We have made ourselves better. Don't touch me. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? The Guardian asks. The creature known as a Maker.
That is cursed.
Better. We are many, but we each walk a path of perfection together to become worthy of you, our creators. The Templar Guardians all look in shock. Carol and Kyle rocket through the ship looking at the Maker's experiments in horror.
That is so weird, I love it.
Creatures combined together, creatures turned into nothing but hands or nothing but heads with eyeballs. Carol freaks out on the cells. No, 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 no! But back with the Makers and the Guardians, he refuses to believe that they could have created these creatures. The Makers tell their tale.
Oh, I can't have a mask now. Why would I hide that beautiful face with those beautiful arms?
They changed them. They made them what they are now. But once the Guardians left them alone, they felt abandoned, and they knew what they needed to do. It was a test to check their worthiness, to complete what the Guardians had started. The Makers then traveled around the galaxy, continuing the Guardians' work in hopes of becoming
so dumb.
Worthy. Over with Carol and Kyle, they continue to fly through the ship looking for the Makers, and eventually, they find Quaros, the lost Guardian, strapped to the ceiling, machines hooked into every part of his body, and his brain removed. Red rage begins to flare up in Kyle, but he calms down. This is what they wanted. They wanted us to see this.
Better way to get the hood down if I
Do
have
you
no
hear me?
hat.
The experiments end.
Unless there's something I don't
and one
know.
of the Makers lowers itself to Kyle. You are correct. It is time for this particular experiment to come to an end. The Guardians begin tapping into each other's minds, and Palco explains what he has learned. That they made these things long ago, and this is their fault. While there are limits to their power, they need to do whatever they can while the leader is occupied by Kyle and Carol. So Kyle starts making constructs to begin the battle while Carol asks if this is the boss, because normally the biggest one is the boss. The Makers see Kyle's hard-light construct technology, and they realize they need it for themselves. But he notices that it absorbs his constructs due to a very weird-looking object powering the Maker's device. Ping. A mother box. Kyle tells Carol to find the Guardians to get some additional support on this while he rages out, putting all of his red powers to work. Meanwhile, the Guardians have used this distraction to break out of their bonds and head in Carol's direction, while she makes a detour into the Organic Archive to free all of the prisoners. The Makers jump in to continue their battle with Kyle, telling him that it is interesting that he fights, and he tells them that it's interesting that they don't stop talking. Do you not seek perfection? Do you not follow the Maker's path?
I'm seeking
You have the power
perfection.
within you to reshape the universe and the drive to do so. In response, Kyle hits the Maker with everything, and then he stops. The Maker is unfazed by the blast and asks, "You have ceased fighting. You can't have given up." With a smile, Kyle tells him, "Nope." Then a blast of Guardian power hits the Maker. Just wanted them to have a chance to get a piece of you. Where is our brother, Kyle? You don't want to see this. Where, Kyle? Then Zala sees him. Quaros, her brother.
That is
in
so
pieces.
messed up.
Oh no, no,
Why
no,
would
no.
they let you do this?
Not only is he in pain, but he is still alive and conscious. He tells his brethren to get out of the ship. He is interfaced with it in this state, and he can save them all. With tears in her eyes, Zala refuses to leave her brother. We have no option, sister. I do not want to leave you, but we must destroy this place. It will not make right what our brothers did, what the Scions did, but we can save thousands. Kyle stops them. No! You can't kill all these prisoners. We can save everyone, you included. No, Kyle. What the Scions did broke their minds. They only know suffering. Quaros puts a willpower bubble around his brothers, sisters, Kyle and Carol, and he shoots them out of the ship to save them. Then they watch as the mother box pings and the ship explodes. The shields around them begin to fade, and Zala cries, knowing what this means for Quaros, knowing that he's gone from this world. Kyle is just looking at his friends, the Guardians, and Carol asks him, Are you? I don't know. It's way too soon for us to be finishing each other's sentences. I do know that. I don't know if they're gonna be all right. I can feel what they're feeling. Their despair is like a distant echo. It's deafening. One thing survived the explosion of the ship, though. One thing going ping and sending off a signal. A mother box, a device of the new gods and Darkseid himself. Who do you think it's calling? In the beginning was the void. Then from the darkness of the deep erupted the energy of the deep. Out of this tumult formed the heavens, a multiverse filled with glittering stars. Amid the multiverse firmament, the dust gathered and was shaped into a world where waters boiled with light, and from the light sprang life. The old gods ruled all that they saw, but that was not enough if they had to share it. Darkness still clung to this new existence. Jealousy and pride had burrowed deep into their hearts. It cursed them, and they returned to the dust. Then, the new gods rose. God against God, there was no personal vendetta, but a battle for the soul of the cosmos, an army of light against that of darkness. After 7 days of war, there was more dead than living, so the new gods sulked back into the multiverse. Highfather and his side built New Genesis high above the world that they had destroyed, while Darkseid and his ilk built Apocalypse. One would search for the life equation, while another would search for the anti-life equation. And thus began their search throughout the entire multiverse. And the Highfather was brought to the Source Wall to speak with the greatest knowledge beyond the wall. But he was unable to pass through. In the beginning, there was the Word, and the Word was the Source. But today, the Highfather and Metron see something new. A new being has been trapped within the wall. When Metron uses their technology to speak with the being, he starts in ramblings and nonsense. His name is Relic. His universe lost its emotional spectrum, and he came to this one to save it. But the lightsmiths of this universe, no, the lanterns of this universe, united and defeated him, with one going through the wall after him. Highfather is speechless. A being in this universe went through the wall? Metron, do you know of these lanterns? Mortals. They channel energy through their rings and waste it on trivial purposes. They know not the power that they wield if those rings can pass through the wall. It can only mean that these mortals possess the ultimate weapon. Over in Sector Zero, Hal Jordan and Kilowog are looking through their computers when Hal remembers. It's been a year. He flies off to the graves of the fallen lanterns where he finds John in front of Kyle's tombstone. They both remember that Kyle was always the light that would shine the brightest. And in the distance, Saint Walker is watching his friends, remembering that he wasn't there when Kyle sacrificed himself. He doesn't feel hope anymore, and he can't wear his own ring, though it does seem to follow him. And Mogo, the planet lantern everyone is on, asks Walker, "Do you not find White Lantern Kyle Rayner inspiring?" But he doesn't. Over on New Genesis, Orion hears a boom as a boom tube opens behind him. It's the Highfather, and he has a mission for his generals. There are these rings in this universe. They have the power to access the life equation. So he wants 7 of them, so each of them needs to get him one of the rings. While his 8th general builds him a device to access the combined power of these rings. The generals do not question the Highfather, and they get to work. On the homeworld of the Sinestro Corps, a new god general named Becca appears telling Sinestro, "Your yellow ring, you will give it to me." Or, "That was not a question," and she throws him aside as she disables the other yellow lanterns and cuts off Archillo's fingers, taking his ring. Then, boom, she leaves. Over on Okara, the homeworld of Larfleeze, another general appears and he begins to fight the orange constructs, telling Larfleeze, he only needs the ring. This could be so much easier. "Mine, mine! The ring is mine, and it's the only one!" So the beast snatches it off of Larfleeze's finger and leaves. On Zemarion, the homeworld of the Star Sapphires, a speedster zips through the planet, taking one of their rings, and simply leaves. On Nock, the homeworld of the Indigo Tribe, another general takes a member's ring through his pleading that it'll turn him back into a monster. And as the general leaves, the Indigo member gets a grin on his face. He is now free of compassion. And on Earth, a woman completely incinerates her tormentors before flying over to the new god general and giving him her red ring. She got her vengeance and now wants to die. The ring theft continues as Orion appears on Mogo, and he sees Saint Walker with the only blue ring. Realizing that he is on a living planet, Orion wonders if it'll put up a good fight. But it isn't much of one as he takes Saint Walker and Mogo's rings before trying to leave. Hal sees him, and before he can leave, he tries to hold Orion back. But Orion shatters Hal's constructs and throws him against the wall before boom-tubing out. Then Mogo goes dormant with no life left in him. The new gods have succeeded in getting every one of the rings, and the Highfather holds it over his subjects. They have the life equation, and can finally defeat Darkseid and bring order to the multiverse. They can reshape this universe into a trap for Darkseid, so the moment he appears, they will have everyone waiting to defeat him. But they need to test this first. So they go to a planet destined to fail. A world consumed by its own greed, poverty, overpopulation, starvation, and sickness. The Highfather unleashes the power of the life equation on the planet, changing them into something better, hopefully. They feel the full force of every emotion in the emotional spectrum, and they do begin to change. But into monsters, creatures, beasts that suffer. They have not created new gods, but monsters. So the Highfather decrees,
I guess I'm just
will be
stupid.
slaughtered out of mercy. They cannot be allowed to suffer. He looks at his device, trying to figure out why it failed, and Metron suggests maybe they don't need to combine the power, but the rings, into a central white ring. A white ring? Well, if one exists, then it holds the life equation within it, and it is the ultimate power in the universe. By whatever means necessary, I will use this power against Darkseid. Over on Mogo, Hal is trying his best to figure out what just happened. Mogo has gone dormant and their systems are reading an entire planet was just exposed to a massive amount of spectrum power. 2 planet-sized problems for the core to handle. And that's when the new gods begin to trace back the rings to read its information and try to figure out the answer to the White Lantern. Just as Hal and Kilowog are sitting there trying to figure out their problems, they see someone trying to access the core's computers. Their first reaction is to sever the connection, but Hal tells them not to. These computers have 10 billion years of knowledge in them. There's no way that these guys are after all of it. There must be a specific thing that they are searching for. That's when they see their goal, the White Lantern. Hal also counter-traces their signal to find out Metron's current location. That's when he takes half the core to go meet them. They arrive with Orion, Metron, and a small sliver of the New God army standing there waiting. He approaches them, demanding that they give themselves up, and come back with the Green Lantern Corps to Mogo. Orion starts the fight sucker punching Hal, and that starts the one-sided battle of the Lanterns versus New Genesis, and it's a bloodbath. The constructs are useless against the New God's army, and after they kill a good chunk of the Lanterns, the army of New Genesis gets bored and decides to boom tube back to New Genesis. At first, Hal demands the Green Lanterns chase them, but Salak tells him, look through the portal. It's an entire army. Hal realizes.
Alright, there we go. Check this guy out over here. Coast seems clear. look like anyone's been here, but if they're anything like me... Suppose I'll just keep working my way up. Seem to be in a pretty good spot. Take a crowbar. Can't imagine that's going to be terribly useful for this rifle, but why not? Can't hurt, probably. Still got quite a few people alive. I feel like they usually go pretty quick. Oh, there's a guy. Tricky. Enjoy playing with yourself. Someone's here. Syringe, you say? They're gonna have the blast zone. Skirt along the edge here. feel like I'm like following this guy's footsteps. To run into him sooner or later. Keep psyching myself out with my own footsteps. Sounds like it's coming from this way. Or I can't funnel my way over there. Could definitely go along this thing. I mean, anyone who finds me is probably going to get the jump on me. Ah, he's so close. There we go. This way. Just really. So this is my chance. Oh, you bitch. Why did you vault it? Be that far. He's right in there, I bet. Nice and easy. Better yet, one with a shovel. Must be down. I think he's upstairs. Damn it! I didn't have a chance with that pistol. I was really hoping to kill somebody with it. Was really hoping. Alright, Benny, give me more
Realizes
nonsense.
this potential problem, and he sends an order to all of the lanterns to leave Mogo and go to the
One of the
last
dumber
place
skins
Akari
I've
would go,
used.
Knock, the world of the Indigo Lanterns, because Mogo is dormant and there's no way he can protect them. Meanwhile, John has brought a group of lanterns to the planet changed by Highfather. He asks his ring what happened, and it tells him the entire planet was hit with every energy: red, orange, yellow, green. I get it. The curious part is that they can't find anyone on the planet, living or
None of
dead,
these
until one
skins,
leaps
like,
out of a
really
building and drops him to the ground. The lanterns easily put this monster
guess
in a
that's
construct
close.
cage, but then it breaks out and it goes in to kill a lantern when it's suddenly
I want
dropped to the
that.
ground dead. Standing there is a general of New
Guess I'll just
Genesis,
have to
and he
wear
explains
some
that this is their doing.
gloves.
They are showing mercy with swift blows to the back of the head. He explains that their
Pants.
plans did not work because the rings are
Definitely
flawed,
some
not
pants.
the new gods. They are gods. He then demands that John and his Green Lanterns give up their rings. They are far too dangerous for mere mortals. John responds by putting handcuffs onto the general, and the general breaks out with ease and then grabs John by the throat. Left and right, the lanterns try their hardest to battle against the new gods, but the new gods shatter and dispose of the constructs easily. So John tells his team to get off the planet. He'll finish them, and he wraps chains around the buildings nearby, and then he pulls them down on top
How
of
did
the
I
general
combine
and
those?
himself. He got out just in time and he caught up with his team,
That is
but the
neat.
whole thing was pointless as the general boom tubes right next to them. All hope seems lost until Indigo 1 teleports in behind them to tell them to join her. The war has begun. Meanwhile, across space, the Templar Guardians are explaining the situation to Kyle Rayner. He isn't dead. He's been in hiding ever since he touched the source. Lanterns around the universe are under attack by beings older than the Guardians because of what Kyle did. It was supposed to be impossible. They explain that when Kyle went through the wall and came back, he took the life equation with him. That is how he has been capable of so many feats. Because of that, Kyle is now a target. That's why you wanted me hidden? That's why you wanted me to let my friends think I was dead? Not because of the reservoir, but because of me? You have to understand, Kyle. We weren't sure. We only had a theory. We couldn't risk anyone knowing. You couldn't risk my knowing? You lied to me. You made me a liar. We did not force you. No, you lied, misled, and manipulated until you got what you wanted. Carol steps in. Who does that sound like, Kyle? Wait, how did you know about the situation with the cores? We tapped into their communications. You are spying on the cores? Kyle chuckles at the idea. Of course they did. Why not? They were supposed to be better than the last Guardians. They were supposed to be different. Then Kyle lifts off the ground. I'm going back to save my friends, but the Templar Guardians get in his face. We cannot allow that. And they bombard him with their power. What are you doing? Carol shouts. That's Kyle! The power within Kyle cannot be allowed in this universe. We had hoped for Kyle's help in returning it, but if you won't, we will remove it ourselves. They then continue to hit Kyle with their power, and he hits the ground telling them, stop, stop! He shouts as an explosion of white power comes out of him more than ever before. He begins to alter the very universe around him, showing all versions of the multiverse and life itself. And to make matters worse, he can't control it. That's when the new gods get a ping on their radar of the power of life, and they boom tube there. The Highfather steps forward and tells Kyle, enough. Please! This is not a power mortals are meant to have. Is that not clear to you? You nearly drove the universe into extinction with your use of the emotional spectrum. Now you dare use the life equation? Is there any doubt how this will end? Highfather reaches out and he places a hand on Kyle's shoulder, absorbing the power of life into himself, helping redirect it, and then he throws the power off into space. All of the multiversal possibilities showing as it goes. The Templar Guardians fly in telling Highfather they can't allow this,
man, why
and he
does it
teleports
clip?
them away.
Why?
Carol looks at him. You attacked the cores. Yes. I am seeking to protect all of the universes. This is my duty and my honor. The actions of your cores almost ended this universe prematurely. A threat I should have been made aware of, but was not. Perhaps I acted harshly when I sent my generals to obtain the rings so that I might understand them. I did not think merely asking them would have resulted in my obtaining them. Was I mistaken? The Highfather then opens a boom tube back to New Genesis and he invites Kyle to join him to better understand the White Ring. Kyle looks into Carol's eyes. This is the only chance I have. And Carol looks into Kyle's eyes. I will follow you anywhere. If this is what you want, I trust you. They kiss passionately with what could possibly be their last, and they enter blindly into the boom tube. If only Highfather's
That's
intentions
fine.
were as proper as he was making them out to be, because we saw with John that his troops are taking all of the Lantern Rings. Across the universe back on Earth, Guy Gardner is trying to relax after his Red Lantern Civil War. when members of the New Gods army appear before him to take his ring by force. He tries to hold his own, but the New Genesis army is wrecking his power and draining his ring at a rapid rate. As they come in to kill Guy Gardner, Simon Baz comes into his rescue, explaining what's happening, that there is an army here trying to kill all lanterns and they need to leave now. Simon tells them that they don't stand a chance. Lantern power doesn't work. Guy tells them they don't run. Lanterns don't run. Luckily, the New Genesis general gets a call to return. They have the White Lantern. They leave Guy and Simon there. Elsewhere, Sinestro and his army are trying to figure out a plan of attack because oddly, Sinestro seems to be obsessed with the woman that attacked him. He has Lissa track the woman, and Lissa finds her assaulting the homeworld of the Indigo Lanterns, Nock, the location that all of the Green Lanterns fled to. On Nock, the Greens
That seems
and
like
the
a
Indigo
big
tribe are
liability,
getting their butts
though.
handed to them.
I
So
fucking
Sinestro sends in
knows.
his corps to help repel the army, but they are also dying
funny.
all over the planet's surface. It's a hopeless endeavor. But Sinestro knew this going in. He had decided that the Sinestro Corps had grown bloated, and he wanted to weed out his numbers. As they appeared to be losing, he ordered Arquillo and his squad to leave the planet, taking the Greens and the Indigo tribe with him. Then, Sinestro detonated the remaining members of his
Oh,
Corps'
Camp
ranks,
Alpha, that's
stalling
definitely
the
where I
armies of New
belong.
Genesis. As everyone fled, Becca looks up,
Although,
sacrificing those
everyone's
loyal to
gonna do
you.
that.
For you, Sinestro, only damnation
Look over
waits.
here. I bet no one will go that far. I bet you.
In the beginning, there were the old gods, but once they fell to their own nature, the new gods arose, and a battle between light and dark began. Highfather versus
Oh.
Darkseid. They were never able to
I
defeat
feel
each other, and
pretty
things were always at
far.
a standstill. Until now. The Highfather has taken his army to the universe of the Lantern Corps to see what this power is that they wield. And once he discovered how powerful it
hell?
was, he set his troops forth to kill and claim every Lantern ring. No mortal
fucking
should
for real?
wield that power. Kyle Rayner, the wielder of the White Ring, has gone to New Genesis to learn how to control his powers, as he is unaware of the Highfather's decree against all lanterns. Hal Jordan is leading the Green Lanterns that were not on the Green Lantern homeworld to
hear
the home of
anything.
the Sinestro Corps, and he realizes that the only way for them to even stand a chance against
That's-
beings that can shatter
some shit.
constructs is to
I guess they
team
could try
up
to
with
log
Sinestro.
off and log in.
As they approach Lissa, Sinestro's council tells him that the Green Lanterns are now upon the world, and it is his daughter Soranik to blame. But as they begin to argue, Sinestro tells them both to be quiet while he welcomes the Green Lanterns. Soranik gets to
Let's
work
see.
trying to patch up the
Maybe it'll
injured Green
fix
Lanterns,
itself.
and Sinestro goes to Hal just as the Templar Guardians that were keeping Kyle's secret arrive. They explain that the new gods now have the most powerful of the
Come on.
lanterns, the White Lantern.
Come on.
Hal is confused. He thought Kyle was dead, and Sinestro wants to know how Kyle is the most powerful. The Templar Guardians explain that they have kept Kyle in hiding because he obtained the life equation. Sane Walker hears that his friend is alive and he runs forward to hear of Kyle's survival himself, and the Guardians explain they were just trying to save Kyle from himself, from what he could become, the end of everything. Hal is even more confused. You drop out of nowhere and tell me that my friend is alive, but bad news, you've misplaced him? We're at war and we could have used your help. We know you were at war, Hal Jordan. How do you know that? I haven't seen you in a year. That is for another time. Hal thinks about it. The new gods have
Bullshit
each ring, red,
reasons.
yellow, green,
Don't
sapphire,
worry about
orange,
it.
blue, and
Don't
indigo.
think about
and
it.
now they have a white ring. There is
I
only
hate
one
stories
ring
that
they don't
like
have. The
point
Guardians
out and
stop
say
him
like
right there.
you shouldn't
We will
think
not allow
about
you
it.
to do that,
Don't.
Hal Jordan. It is madness. And they
Why bring
demand
it
that he
up
find
then?
a new solution. So he walks into Sinestro's chambers to try and figure this out when Sinestro joins him. Hal, you did well because you were unpredictable.
so-
That's why I can never kill you. Any
Whoa.
plotter or schemer in my path, I will crush. But I can't predict you, Hal Jordan. Sinestro decides that he will move everyone to the antimatter universe of Quard and hide them there. While he does that, Hal should do what he shouldn't do, what no one is predicting. Go get the Black Ring of Death. All the way over on Earth, Black
Damn.
Hand has an army of zombies enacting a circus
Well,
for him.
don't press
Everything
Control
from Harry
M.
Houdini to the
That's what I
flying
learned.
races, and the police are too scared to walk in and stop him.
That
So they
sucks.
stand outside, preventing the zombies from escaping until Hal Jordan arrives. Black Hand gets ready to fight against Hal, but he tells him, "I'm not here to stop you. I want you to take this show on the road, Black Hand." The rest of Sinestro, Indigo, and Green Corps all go to Quard as the Star Sapphires are being invaded by the new gods. But as they enter Quard, the Guardians ask, "Where is Hal Jordan?" Sinestro looks at them. "Your great leader that led dozens of lanterns to their deaths is off to raise reinforcements." He went for Black Hand after we forbade it. He's playing with forces too dangerous, too uncontrollable. But that is a matter we must address later. We need to rescue Kyle Rayner before they can turn him into a weapon. Sinestro informs them the home of the New Gods is beyond our reach. The Indigo tribe can't teleport us there, so forget Rayner. I will do what we must. Enough! John Stewart shouts, interrupting the arguing. They need to rescue whatever hues of the spectrum remain. Sinestro suggests that they rally the Star Sapphires as they are still at full strength, but John tells them that they can't trust the Star Sapphires. Recently, John's lover turned out to be a shapeshifter pretending to love him, and then he found out that the real Fatality was forced to love him because of her ring. But he's quickly convinced that they can't leave that planet there to get wiped out, and that Sinestro walks them all over to the Weaponeer for new weapons. Ones that can fight the New Gods, weapons built out of the shattered remains of the old White Lantern rings. A sword and shield. Soranik tries to talk to John about his feelings, but he still can't believe what happened to him with the Star Sapphires. But when she tries to talk to him, he snaps at her. I'm not a victim, and he leaves her battle. Meanwhile, over on Zamaron, the Star Sapphires are already embroiled in a war with the New Gods when the Indigo tribe teleports John and his new weapons there. He stares down the New Gods general. The white light that caught the eye of you New Gods? It's a blade that cuts both ways, and he jumps in swinging. While John is battling it out, Kilowog tells the Zamarians to get everyone. They are leaving ASAP. The Weaponeer and John begin beating on the general, smashing her helmet and revealing it to be the New God Artemis. And she has her soldiers fire a net over the entire group before they can escape. But it's not a normal weapon. The moment John tries to cut through it with his new white light sword, it breaks. Their rescue mission is a failure due to a simple net. But John asks the Sapphires. They can teleport to their true loves. Can't they take everyone with them? But sadly they can't. They'll just go chasing their loves across the universe and leave everyone else trapped here. Then one of the dying members of the Corps has an idea, to give her ring to John. Disgusted, he replies with, I would rather die. Not after you brainwashed Fatality and forced her to love me. But they explain that in order for Fatality to love him, she needed to have that love in her heart already. The ring floats off the Sapphire's finger and over to John, where he eyeballs it and accepts
there's a lot of problems with that whole
John
scenario.
Stewart of Earth, you have great love in your heart. Welcome to the Star Sapphires. He then points his ring into the air. For God, country, and the Corps. And with his love for the Corps, he grabs everyone within the net and he pulls them back to the Corps' headquarters.
God, country, and the
As they
Corps.
flee, Artemis soldiers ask her why she didn't shoot the ring out of the air. She could have totally done that. She could have stopped this from happening. And she tells them, it doesn't matter. They'll all be converts soon. Meanwhile, over on New Genesis, a boom tube opens and Highfather steps through while Kyle and Carol follow him. They have no idea of the events that are transpiring everywhere else, and the Highfather has promised that he will help Kyle control the White Ring. Highfather walks Kyle over to a machine and he informs him that he can't separate the life equation from the ring, but he can remove the ring from Kyle's finger. Kyle kisses Carol when she objects, telling her he has to. He can't risk the universe. He won't risk Carol. So he puts his hand into the device, and in a blinding flash of light, it is removed and placed into the hands of the Highfather. He takes it and puts it into his device, and as Carol picks up Kyle off of the ground, she asks Highfather, will he return the rings that he stole now? Stolen? Those rings are not stolen. That would imply legitimacy of your stewardship that never existed. Those rings are rightfully mine, as I have sent for them for further study. If you aren't giving them back, what are you gonna do? Save the multiverse. He then shows Kyle and Carol his scepter, with the white ring inside of it. I will use the life equation to remake your universe beginning with Earth. I will prepare it for the war with Darkseid. No! You said yourself that no one person should have that power. No one should decide for everyone. And as she says this, Carol bombards the Highfather with the power of her ring. Everything she has, draining it faster and faster. And she tells Kyle to think of something fast. She can't keep doing this. But this is all a part of the Highfather's plan, because her ring reaches zero. And then he uses the white ring to cast them out of his chambers, down to the barren world of old Genesis, their old planet.
That's just
Kyle Rayner
winging.
and Carol Ferris are no longer of any use to him. They are
Goals
both
are
now stranded in
overrated.
a foreign universe with no rings, no power, and no way home. But the Highfather isn't done. He walks to a city where he holds up the new scepter to its willing participants, and he tries to change them into the New God's army. And it works. He changes an entire city into the willing soldiers of his army. He has ultimate power. Meanwhile, Guy Gardner and Simon Baz are still on Earth wondering what they should do next. And Guy, in his infinite wisdom, decides that he doesn't care if he's gonna die. He's gonna fight against these things. So they argue with Cyborg and they convince him to use his boom tube to warp them to New Genesis, following the energy signature of one of the generals that attacked them. But once they boom tube the New Genesis, they quickly learn their mistake as they arrive in the bedroom of the soldier that attacked them. After a few hits, they are both unconscious and they wake up in the miracle cell of New Genesis. While this is happening, Sinestro is taunting Becca in deep space as a yellow construct, and they have a not-so-nice debate about the purpose of the lanterns and the new gods. But he does admit that he is following her because he enjoys watching her work. And this is because she is worthy of a yellow ring. Becca of New Genesis, you have the ability to instill great fear. And she looks at the ring, but this hasn't been the only thing Sinestro has been tracking. He's been tracking all of the new gods in this universe, and John plans to use the Indigo Tribe to teleport every single one of them to the soldiers so that they can steal a mother box and warp in right on top of the New Genesis army. So they all teleport off to the soldiers, but it's not where they were expecting to go. In the middle of a puff of smoke, they realize that Indigo One and her tribe betrayed them. They have been warped right into the middle of an ambush. The High Father now has the power of the White Lantern, and he plans to change the universe of the Green Lanterns into a universe capable of fighting Darkseid. He plans to literally change the universe, strip it free of its free will, and make it an army against Darkseid. Kyle and Carol have been stripped of their powers, and they've been thrown to the planet's surface to rot, and John and Sinestro are imprisoned on New Genesis. Even with the power of Parallax, the very entity of fear, they can't get out. Guy Gardner and Simon Baz are also imprisoned by one of Highfather's generals for being stupid enough to chase him to New Genesis. And Hal Jordan, our only hope that remains?
A bicycle, that would be cool. Not say no to that. Everything but the thing I wanted. A scope. 4? That's respectable. Scope. Start heading over. Stay more this way. I'll stick with what I got. Guess it couldn't hurt to poke my head up. Let's see what we got up here. This way sooner or later. Welcome. Thank you very much. Let's see, can I get it? Yeah, I can go loot. I sworn it was. There it is. So take care of that. Back. I do have to go to the bathroom again, though. Terrible timing, I know. At least get in the safe zone. Huh. I'm just gonna... Ah, shit. The bridge is just a little too far. If I go to the end of it, I can hide under it for a minute. Alright.